All right, guys, and that's not me. Where am I? Oh, there I am. Okay. I forgot I switched a few things around, so where full me normally was on the stuff. Anyway. But yeah, this is kind of the pre-show stuff that we have going on. We have a couple of participants that are still logging in, and if you do want to be a part of these tournaments, keep in mind that they are free for you to be able to join. You are more than welcome. But so far, it looks like we have 20 people signed up so far. That is going to be awesome. And so we have a couple more that still need to check in, and we have about 8 minutes until we start. But this is going to be a lot of fun. Not going to lie, I almost entered my own tournament, trying to get some practice in for Vegas. I wanted to, I decided not to. I mean, it would be kind of interesting to see how I would do against this competition, because we do have some really high level caliber players here that do a really good job, and some newcomers. So you're more than welcome to join here at any time in the tournament. We do only have a couple of weeks left, so something to keep in mind there before we get into the final tournament. Now, the final tournament is going to be a single elimination where the top 2 players will be able to win a custom playmat designed by yours truly. And that'll be really fun, and then we'll get started on the next season. So each week we play 4 rounds, and then you're able to compete with all that and see how it all goes. And then afterwards, you are able to see where you land on the leaderboard. And again, top 16 will qualify for the end of season tournament. So good to have you all here. Again, we only have a couple more minutes until we get started. Just wanted to stop in before we get going to let you guys know, man, this is going to be exciting. I mean, we had just finished the EU regionals, and I mean, guys, Ezreal took it. We had some Aurora. Does that mean that we're going to start seeing a lot more Ezreal and Aurora even tonight? That might be something to definitely keep in mind here. Are we going to be seeing that? If not, then what else might we see? And I mean, we even in these tournaments, we don't normally have a whole ton of Draven even. I think we had 2 or 3 last couple of weeks, so we'll see what ends up coming. But, I mean, I got to tell you guys, we've had Aurelia have some super strong showings in these tournaments. We've also had a little bit of Draven. Last couple of weeks ago, we had Prismaticism versus J-Chan in the finals, and that was a Miracle Draven versus regular Draven matchup, which is just a lot of fun. And so we'll see. First time using challenge or participating in online tournaments. Any last minute things I need to do or adjust? As long as it shows you in the tourney, you're set. So yeah, guys, and just so you know, I'm doing everything all at the same time, so we'll see how that ends up going. But usually it's a pretty smooth show. And yeah, Sylveon, you do have to get 2 days off. That's just fact. But yeah, I'm going to be really curious. Now, I did just post a video about the deep dive into Alan's deck list and gameplay, because, guys, let me just say, absolute master there with Ezreal. You can just tell the lines that he's been able to figure out. Even something like Morbid Touch, being able to get his Fizz out from the grave after playing a Fizz to use the Morbid so that he's able to fish that out. Just absolutely really cool plays. And then a lot of versatility there in general. Really fun to be able to see. And so, yeah, this will be a lot of fun. We are playing just 4 rounds tonight, and we'll see what ends up going on here. But, guys, we're going to be taking a quick break before I sneeze. Okay, anyway, so yeah, let's see what we have going on here with all of that. And then, yeah, we'll have a lot of fun games going for you. Also, if you guys ever do want to see a specific matchup, always be sure to say in the comments, and we are happy to get things going for you. So let me know, and we will see you guys in a couple of minutes. Is Ezreal the best deck in the format? That's a good question right there. Looks like it. Looks like it could be. All right, guys, just a couple more minutes. Getting final things put together here. 21 competitors. That's awesome. Love to see it. Brocane joined. Oh boy, man, I love seeing Brocane here. So we'll see. He's been doing really good. He's an Ezreal player that's been playing Ezreal week after week. So hard counter to Ez is Ruin Runner. Yeah. 2 minutes, guys. Yeah, so we have just a couple of minutes before we get started. Now we are up to 21 competitors so far. Just getting some final things situated, answering some questions on the Discord that people might have. Again, I saw some comments. If you do want to end up joining these tournaments, you are able to do so any week that you want. Just go in and join the Discord down below. It's in the description. It's in the YouTube channel, and you're able to join. We play 4 rounds. If you don't want to play 4 rounds, you don't have to. You can join and play 2 rounds, 1 round, doesn't matter. Just make sure you let me know that you want to quit. That helps out more than anything. So anyway, guys, it is going to be a lot of fun here. Let me double check the participants, shuffle the seeds just in case. Take a look at the bracket and then get on there as we are in the final minutes here with 18 of the 23 checked in. So we're going to wait for the final minute here, and then we are going to be getting started. Get the last minute tech before Vegas. Seriously. No, and that's the thing, too. That's what I'm going to be. Man, I wanted to enter this tournament so bad. I need the practice. But, I mean, I'm going to be entering the Friday night pre-Rift, or the pre-regional, and that should really help. So, yeah, I'm excited. Okay, guys, here we go. Let's process some check-ins. Let me get that going. Process check-in results. And then start the tourney. Here we go. And then boop, 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 boop. And then go to round timer. And boom. Oh, not 4. Enter. That would help. Okay, here we go, guys. All right, we'll see you in a second. All right, and welcome everyone to week 6 of Champions of the Rift. We are getting started here with the first. I mean, we just finished the EU regionals. Now we're getting into the Vegas regionals coming up. So for a lot of people, this is going to be some of the last practice that you are going to be able to get in before the start of this tournament. We have a lot of newcomers this week too, so that's going to be really fun to see as the tournament is getting started. So with that being said, we're going to take a look at the bracket, who's actually been entered in to this tournament, and see what they have. Now, at the same time, we have a couple of regular comers here, which is really awesome to be able to see. Let me make that bigger. I don't know why that is so small, you know. Things my ex-girlfriend said. Anyway, but with that, guys, it's going to be fun to see what's going to be going on here as we go into it. Now, we have a lot of people who are seasoned veterans here. We have Padawan, Game Slayer, Brocane, even people like Beg4, Nat14. I mean, we got a lot of regulars here, but we got some newcomers like Casual Knight and other people who are, I just can't find their name, Wolfman McFly, people like that. It's going to be a lot of fun here as we get into round number 1. So we're going to be taking a look and trying to find a match. If there's any in particular matchups that you guys want to see, always be sure that you let me know. If you're like, hey, I really want to see maybe a Sivir matchup, then we can go in and get that going for you. So should be a lot of fun there. So at the same time, let's see what we got. I think we'll start with kind of a newcomer here. We'll see if we have like Lewis T and Trainer Wyatt maybe as an option here. But we'll get a couple of options going for us and see what we have. Just so you guys know, this is going to be a casted tournament. We play 4 rounds. You are able to join at any time. I mean, at least before the tournament starts. And then we get things moving. So we'll see what actually ends up happening here. And we might actually do Kobo versus Padawan. That should be actually a really good match. So let's go ahead and get into that lobby. Make sure that things are set up. Looks like we are going to be doing a Draven v Annie. So should be a lot of fun there. Really excited to see how that's going to go. And there's been a lot of question on how Annie is going to be going here. So here we go with Kobo is going to be playing Annie. And then at the same time... Oh, wow, you got to buy? Dang it. Yeah, so we're going to be doing one next week. This is 8 weeks. I'm going to be so tired, but that's okay. And then shift Padawan. And yeah, guys, it's going to be a lot of fun. So again, you can join this week to week as long as you want to try to qualify for the end of season tournament. You are more than able to. So a lot of fun to be had here as we get going into game number 1 of the match. And so already starting out, we are going to be seeing that Annie ended up winning the die roll, and that could be something to be making a big difference. And yeah, this is going to be the big thing, is that you are able to join this tournament. There down in the description is going to be a link to the Discord. In all of my videos on YouTube too, there's a link to the Discord, and I'll post that for you guys. Every Sunday or Monday, I will be posting a link for you guys to be able to sign up for said tournament, and we start every Tuesday at 6 Eastern PM. Not AM, that'd be crazy, but you are able to join, and yeah, if you want to play a couple of rounds, great. If you want to play a couple more rounds, more than welcome to. So we'll see how this ends up going here as we go into round 1, game 1, Annie versus Draven here. So again, already a really strong tournament here. And starting off really powerfully with a sneaky deckhand, being able to move into the Zon Warrens. Going to be discarding a Kaisa here. So, I mean, I'm curious to see what maybe is in hand, especially as a traveling merchant is now moving in to go up to 2 points. And guys, let me tell you, I mean, having that ability where you are able to ready 2 of your runes can be such a difference maker. But it looks like a Falling Star is going to be coming in. That's going to be dealing 6 damage and immediately clearing out Annie's field. And that kind of sucks too, because you just threw away 2 of your units at this point. I mean, you threw away another sneaky deckhand and a Kaisa, and card draw here for Annie. It's something that she's struggling with a little bit more in set number 2. Set 1, she was a bit more answer focused, so she had a lot more of the card draw, more sneaky deckhands and things like that. And now she's more unit based as we see a Ferris Forerunner now coming into the battlefield. Now, this is going to be a hard start here. Again, we already have Pouty Poro that is now moving in. We have the ability for Draven to come in now and really start setting up these defenses. This is going to be more of a mid-range Draven than a Miracle Draven, which has some very big explosive turns. But again, mid-range Draven seems to have a lot more consistency here. Got to crack a soda. But again, going to be very curious to see how this Ferris Forerunner is dealt with. One of the biggest things to help deal with it, and one of the worst answers, is when your Forerunner gets rebuked. That is one of the worst feelings in the world, because you've already spent those 6 runes on getting the Forerunner out, and then you're going to have to do it again. And that can be something to really slow down your deck option here. And as a Kaisa comes in, not going to necessarily be at the ready, but instead going to be put on the back burner. Might be a little bit of a risk if we do end up seeing another Falling Star or something to target this Kaisa. We might be in trouble here. But right now we do have a Draven and a Pouty Poro in the base of Draven. And we'll see if there's maybe some answers that is able to be found this time. I mean, Draven having 7 cards in hand, that's a lot of answers, and 7 runes out. So we'll see. But this is going to be a strong turn and possibly a chance for the tide to be turned. But man, I am intimidated here by the 5 runes set up by Annie right here. So it looks like the Pouty Poro is going to be challenging here, followed by a Fight or Flight to push that boy back, and no answers at that point. So the Pouty Poro is going to be able to win the combat there, drawing a card with the Draven Legend ability and going up to 3 points. So, I mean, hey, even with those 5 runes left up at this point, it's like, gosh, what was maybe in hand at that, you know, if you are leaving those runes up, you're hoping that you do have an answer to be able to do so as Draven now moves in to the Reaver's Row. Now, this is a very powerful one, but looks like Fight or Flight is going to be pushing him out, stopping potentially a point from happening. There might be a hard bargain that can be used. But looks like no answer at that point, but still 5 runes left. And a Kaisa Accelerated now coming in and being able to go into Reaver's Row. Still 3 runes up left for Annie. But looks like the Conqueror is going to be made, and another vital card draw coming in for Draven. Yeah, and it would be really cool to see Rek'Sai. We did have one person. We had Gale Winds who played Rek'Sai in the past, and that made a big difference. So it looks like we're going to be having a stack deck coming in. So 1 card is going to be added to hand, and this is going to be crucial because one thing that Annie really struggles with these days is that she is a very powerful deck with some great answers, but you need to be able to maintain card draw. If you don't, then that mid to late game can be such a struggle. Now the debate, you might have either like a switcheroo or a Fight or Flight on the side of Zon Warrens. And so if you attack in, there's going to have to be an answer here, as a very vital point right there with the Forerunner taking over the Reaver's Row. But man, with a Kaisa that is still going to be allowed to stay alive, this could be a big turn, especially being able to attack back in. So what's the Poro going to be able to do? Looks like a Fight or Flight might be able to push back. And I mean, I'm telling you, you need to have that hard bargain in hand at this point. You cannot continue to get the Draven to continue to get point after point after point. And so we'll see what ends up happening here. It's weird that you don't have an opponent. Let me double check. Double check my League Gens. But yeah, right now the field is ready, especially with a Mind Splitter. So going to be able to pick a card of choice, as it looks like the Ride the Wind is going to be tossed into the trash. But even still, that's going to be a hard option at this point. Trying to figure out, I mean, what to even pick. 2 Spinning Axes. That is definitely something very difficult to have to deal with, even for Annie at that point. As now going up to 4, the Poro absolutely putting in work here. And so we'll see, but it looks like right now the Draven is going to be moving in. And we'll see what is able to be done, but a Kaisa now will be coming in as all the units are pulled back. And especially with you already being at 6 points, this is going to be the big push, but you are still going to be giving Annie a chance to be able to move back in and potentially set up the defenses. I mean, there's 9 runes at the ready, 5 cards in hand. There's a lot that could be done here to really make up a very dangerous wall that will then need to be responded to by the Draven. But already, I mean, we know that there is a Darius in hand, Spinning Axe, and there's going to be more than enough runes for both to be utilized. But sometimes it doesn't matter how much you actually have. If you have the Fight or Flights, the Rebukes, the Overzealous Fans, then the answers are going to be there, and Kobo might be able to, excuse me, to still pull out the win. Oh, the Slipster, did Navix not show? Yeah, I heard about your 2 feet of snow. Yeah, it doesn't look like you're in, Corey. But yeah, this is still going to be a pullback here. Draven's pullout game is strong in Reaver's Row. That's going to be the big difference maker here. Keeping his units alive. We've already seen a Kaisa that's been able to capitalize on that. But even still, that is going to be a lot of might on the side of Draven to be able to move in. And right now, Annie is going to need to find these answers. Otherwise, this game is as good as done. But it looks like, you know, at the same time, having an Overzealous and a hidden card is going to be a step in the right direction here. I mean, oh gosh, and a lot of hidden cards. I mean, I would still be stacking up the battlefields as much as possible, putting the Mind Splitters on, because this is your final stand here. And it looks like Annie is going to be coming out into the battlefield, but also being put into base. I don't necessarily agree to that, but a Fight or Flight is going to be put into hand. And there's a lot of answers, but the biggest thing here is, I mean, if you have 3 Fight or Flights even at this point, gosh, that could be dangerous here. Pushing back a lot of units and stopping them from getting those final 2 points. So right now it is anyone's game, and we know for a fact, as of at least 1 or 2 cards, that there is no hard bargain in hand for Padawan. Yeah, unfortunately, Ek Pilot, I almost thought about tagging you to remind you, because I know sometimes time gets away from you. But yeah, it looks like you missed check-in. Corey, it sounds like you need a trip to Vegas. There's no snow in Vegas. And so, gosh, you can only imagine now what would be the correct sequencing here. And at the same time, I mean, you still have a lot of units that you could try to just stack up one field in particular. But even right now, it looks like Aporo is going to be moving in. And this is also a very viable strategy, because now it's like, all right, do you want to trade in with the Overzealous? But if not, we also know that there's already 2 blades that are pushed in. So you could say no, though, to the Overzealous fan, forcing either the trade or for a Spinning Axe to come out and then activating the Fight or Flight at this point. That could be a great option there. But we'll see what's able to be done. And it looks like, yeah, they are going to be opting in for the trade. Okay. So that's 1 defense out, but still 3 cards that could be answering here with 5 runes at the ready. And I say 1 because we know for a fact that the Fight or Flight was picked up here by Annie. And so Kobo, though, has built up a fortress. And it might be able to not be broken through, as another one is going to be coming in. Still 8 runes at the ready, so you still have to be prepared for a Darius even. But it looks like a Tide Turner is going to be doing a little switcheroo here, as a 7 Might Mind Splitter is now moving in. Yeah, go for it, Slipstream. Or Navix looks like to be in match room 9. If you're still here, dude. Slipster slips. Go to match 9. Your dude showed up. So we'll see what ends up going on, but right now there's been answer after answer, and now the Ferris Forerunner is going to be going in with a Spinning Axe on top of that. There has to be another answer here. I mean, heck, you could still get a Rebuke in. So we'll see what is able to be done here. I mean, and this is going to be a hard shot, but it looks like the Fight or Flight is going to be played from hand at this point to be able to push it back. And I still don't think there is a hard bargain in hand for our friend here. But it looks like 4 is going to be coming out. Oh, it is a hard bargain! So he was able to find one and is using that on the Fight or Flight. There still is 1 more card in hand, or 1 more card on the side here that could be making a difference here. The switcheroo is going to be coming in, so this could very well now be a tie. Because that's going to be switching now 9-6, where Kobo is going to be having the higher might. And so we'll see what ends up happening, but looks like the second one is going to be coming out, so it will be 9-9 at this point. That is going to be a trade, as two mechs are going to be finding their way on both sides for the opponent, but still, that's not going to be a point. But you have a Draven left, and you can equip both of those and potentially even try to take over the Zon Warrens. But, I mean, you're probably going to have to, because you might not be able to withstand the might that could be coming from two mechs, an Annie and a Tide Turner. So here we go with the Draven moving in. Looks like he's not going to be opting into sacrificing a rune to get +2. And it looks like a Flash is going to be coming in to move the Kai'Sa back. That is going to be a 7-6. And I mean, even with 6 cards in hand, there is still going to be a big difference here on if he's able to set some stuff up. But it looks like no hidden cards here in the Zon Warrens. But still, having something, I mean, you have 6 that's going to be held by the equipment alone. So you're at 10, and you need to get over even to 12. So if there's a Rebuke in hand, this could be a big difference maker. And yes, this is TCG Arena. For those of you who do want to join, down in the description below, we do have the weekly signups that we are able to do. We play every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. So if you're a part of the Discord, that is where the sign-up link is posted, and we would love to have you. Just please, we ask that you are a little bit familiar with your TCG player. Just be a little bit familiar. That's going to be the big thing. So we'll see what ends up happening, but still, that is a lot of might that is able to move in 6, 9, 11, but there isn't going to be a rune that is sacrificed in this case, and it looks like Annie is going to be taking round number 1. I mean, at the same time, I didn't see that coming. I'm surprised, especially that there wasn't necessarily even Draven's ability activated to go into that. And so we'll see what ends up happening, but right there, Annie was barely able to come back from that, and that was a very good hard bargain that was able to be utilized to stop the fight or flight. But even then, the Draven just wasn't quite able to hold on. And one thing that's really curious about it is that there wasn't necessarily any fight or flights or things like that coming from the side of Draven. So we'll see what's going to be happening now. If now that Draven is going first, if now he's going to be able to get some action going, to get some things set up, and to now give Annie a run for her money. This is going to be the biggest thing too, because I feel like Annie has just such a powerful start when going first. But when Annie is going second, it feels like you go from like maybe a 55-60% win rate down to be near 40%. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've been playing Game 2 with Annie as a competitor, and I just struggle when going second. And that's why I don't want to play Annie, because it feels like she is just too situational at this point, where I don't want to be relying on the die roll here. So it looks like we are going to be starting round number 2, and we'll see what ends up happening. Also, Slip, your opponent is in match room 9. Just letting you know. Use the Discord. So yeah, here we go into game number 2, and it looks like on one side we have the Dreaming Tree. So the first time you choose a friendly unit with a spell here each turn, draw 1, and then on the other side, Targon's Peak. So Draven is going to start trying to utilize the Annie ability, but as a battlefield, and at the same time, it's not at the end of every turn, only the turn that you conquer on. So that can make a pretty big difference, because if you end up holding it, unfortunately, that's going to be a big difference maker here. And so we'll see what ends up happening here as we go into this round. So here we go with the stack deck coming in. 1 card to be added to hand. So we'll see what is able to do at this point. And unfortunately, there is no chance to sign up after the tournament has already started. I wish there was, guys. But unfortunately, there isn't. You're able to drop at any time, but unfortunately, you're not able to sign up at any time. I'll look into that and see if maybe there's a way to make that happen. But yeah, it looks like already, though, we have a traveling merchant with an overzealous fan to get some defense going. An early point here, especially as the Draven is the only thing on the board and no points. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But another Falling Star going to be coming in. And that is going to be clearing the board state. This is exactly what happened to Annie in Game 1, and it did really slow down Kobo. So it'll be interesting to see what this is going to be, what's going to be happening here. Because at the same time, now that the Draven is getting a chance to sign up or sign in, being able to now go up to that 1 point, unless there's maybe a response, and it looks like a fight or flight is now going to be used to push out the Draven, as an overzealous fan is going to be able to move right in. At the base, though, that is going to be very much slowing down. So I am the host and I am casting this tournament, both. So I have the Discord pulled up, watching things and trying to get things moving. So we'll see how that's going. But again, the Kaisa able to move in and even draw a card on the Conquer. This is going to be a big move here, going up 2-0. Draven's going to have to do something to try to get back into this game. As he moves into the battlefield, now he's going to have a choice to float a rune, and it looks like he will, to go up to 6. And now it is up to Annie to have some kind of response. But it looks like a Ride the Wind is going to be coming in, and just in time, too, as the Kaisa will be moving over into the, into the Targon's Peak. So we'll see if there's maybe another response with a Ride the Wind of their own. Now, the biggest thing here about that, though, is, first off, he needs to score the point on the Dreaming Tree, then score the point here on Targon's Peak. The Targon's Peak didn't have a chance to fully resolve here, so the Kaisa isn't able to actually score the point just yet. But still, right now, it looks like Padawan should be at 2 points, and will be now that Overzealous Fan is in. So at least they're not missing that point. If anything, we would be at least correcting on that. So we'll see what ends up happening now, but that was a big turn from the Draven, but still only having an Overzealous Fan being able to... the only thing in a battlefield. Yes, you're still able to push a unit back. That can be very helpful, but still might be difficult on trying to get things moving here. So yeah, right now, I mean, it still does not feel good playing out a Ferris Forerunner and pulling back. That's going to be a good move here. But still, this is really going to set Annie back, especially now as Draven is going up to 4 points. And things have shifted so quickly already. I mean, you saw... Annie's starting out 2-0, and you're like, all right, cool. You're getting some stuff moving. You're getting some actions going. But now that we've had 3 units that are completely called for at this point, you were able to get the Falling Star off. You were able to take out the Kaisa. Now Annie needs to be able to start getting some responses, and with 2 runes up and 6 cards in hand for Draven, it feels like that is going to be so difficult to try to move around. Not only if there's a Rebuke or a Spinning Axe, something along those lines, Draven is going to be able to hold down this fort, and Annie's going to need to find a response quick to start dealing with the Sport State. Otherwise, this game is as good as over. But it looks like a rune is going to be sacked, so it is currently 6-6. Now, that is before combat, so now priority should be going over to the Ferris Forerunner to be able to have a response. We'll see if Annie has any actions, but it looks like they're going to be opting for the trade. So 2 mechs are going to be coming into play there for the Forerunner, but on the next turn, I mean, it very well could be that Padawan goes right back up to 6 points, and then this game very well could be done. But it looks like that the Darius is going to be coming in, then with the Traveling Merchant in backup, and going right back in to Targon's Peak. So that's going to be 4 runes at the ready here for Annie. But still, I mean, a Darius that is only at 5 might has a lot of easy ways to be able to deal with it. And with Annie only having 2 cards in hand, yeah, it looks like a Rebuke is going to be coming in. That is going to be really setting back the Draven here. That's the type of answer that you need, especially to have Draven be able to not get that card draw off of the combat. Is there going to be a hard bargain? You're going to need to pay 4 for this hard bargain. But it looks like a Fight or Flight is going to be coming in from Draven. That's going to be pushing back. Nope, that's an action. Yeah, or yeah. Yeah, that is an action. If he had it hidden, then he could stack that. So luckily they did catch that and correct it. And so, yeah, with no chance of being able to play Fight or Flight at reaction speed, that is going to be it. And yes, this is, hey, Pokemon Trainer Rob. Good to see you, man. Yeah, this is a live tournament. Dude, it's been a while. How you doing? All right, anyway, I know we're casting and stuff. We'll get things. I do try to keep it fun for you guys, though. But, yeah. Good to see you, man. Welcome, welcome. And so here we go, though. As of right now, oh, now the Darius is coming in. That's going to be a 7-5. And so, again, we're relying on that final card of Annie. And it looks like that is going to be an answer with a Ride the Wind now coming in with the Darius moving over into the Dreaming Tree. So it is going to be able to fight another day. But the hard part now is that Annie doesn't have 2 cards in hand to be able to ready back up the Darius. So could be pulling back into base so that it can still fight another day. But still, right now, Annie is struggling with the card draw. And if it wasn't for the Ferris Forerunner adding those 2 units, then this game could be as good as over. But you look at the other side, and Draven having 8 cards in hand. That alone is something to be very worried about. And it looks like, yeah, just going to really stack up the battlefield and then using Targon's Peak to be able to ready 2 runes. 3 runes at the ready, going to be at 7 runes on the following turn. A lot to be had here, and you're hoping that Annie is able to draw a card off the top that could be making a difference here. But even still, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what at this point could be happening. And what that one card could be. Gosh, yeah, I play an Invert Timelines in my Annie deck, and it does make such a big difference, especially for moments like this. In the Draven matchup, that's why I main Invert Timelines in my Annie deck. And I would almost even want to opt into putting 2 in. I feel like it is such a vital piece for you to be able to play. But it looks like Annie is going to be coming in, getting a Fight or Flight back into the hand of Kobo. So at least a step in the right direction. That's why I'm going to be curious when Fizz becomes a legend. Well, I mean, that's going to just be crazy. Annie's going to be tossed to the wayside at that point, just with how powerful that ability is. Yes, you're not able to grab something as important, but there is a Mind Splitter coming in. You now get to say, hey, by the way, that card is over and done with. So it looks like the Fight or Flight that was just added into hand is no more. And that is going to be passing over to Kobo's turn. He's on a time clock here and needs to figure out how to be able to combat against not only an overzealous fan, not only a hidden card, but even on top of all of that, the 7 cards in hand. At this point, this game is as good as over. You got to figure out how to get that point in. But it looks like a Ferris Forerunner being played to the battlefield. You at least can pull Darius out and try to make that final push, but still, it does not feel like there is going to be enough might to get over what Darius might be able to dish out on this following turn. And the Darius isn't pulling back. Okay. So it looks like at 7 points now. And I mean, if you have any... I mean, you know that he has cards in hand that can be added. The spinning axis, the fighter flights, the rebukes, all of that probably in hand at this point. There's only 24 cards left, but look at the deck disparity here where there's only a 1 card difference, 25 for Annie, 24 for the Darius, but the hand differential is just so different as another overzealous fan comes out. And it looks like, yeah, we are going to be risking it with a tap out, but still... I mean, you have 3 things that can push back units in a battlefield. So the answers are there, and Padawan has been able to deal with Annie in this game too in an absolutely dominating way. But that's the thing, though. That was with Annie going second. Annie was the one to win the die roll and win game number 1. So now that we might be going into game number 3 here, I mean, there still is some game left. Not going to count Annie out just yet, kind of, but not really. But at the same time, I still think, yeah, this is going to be a big difference here. As, yep, it looks like we are going into game number 3. So yeah, we do have a time clock. Everyone has an hour to be able to play, so the timer is going to be ending at 5 after the hour. But yeah, you get to see now just what Draven was able to do. He was able to move in, get the dominance set up, and then just had to wait. He took one battlefield, he was up by a point, and it's like, all right, Annie, what can you do? And unfortunately, Annie just not having that card draw, there wasn't a whole lot of answers that she was able to have. So as we go into game number 3, Annie is going to be able to now go first, and it looks like we have Arena's greatest, as both players have opted to just start with the opening point, and on top of that, an obelisk of power. So let me know, guys, in the comments right now, who do you think is going to be taking round number 1 as we start game number 3? And so here we go. Annie is going to need to be able to at least get a unit down on the board. If they are able to do so... So we'll see what ends up happening, but looks like we have Terra that is making Brocane drop so that he can play Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm also mad that Terra didn't invite me to play Baldur's Gate. That is just sad. So anyway, with that, it looks like, oh my gosh, Annie being able to at least start off with a sneaky deckhand, but a double tide turner, maybe not something that you want to see. But at least units are units at this point, and if you have maybe other things going on, I mean, right now, you're seeing Annie being able to go in for 4 points, drawing another card, readying 2 runes with 5 cards in hand. And again, this is something that we don't normally see very much of. I mean, we've been seeing Arena's greatest kind of fall to the wayside a little bit, opting in instead for an obelisk of power. And, I mean, I can't blame why this battlefield has become such a powerhouse of a card, because it is that 1 extra rune when going second that can be that extra piece needed to be able to get you going. And so we'll see what ends up happening and what we're able to do here. And another falling star is going to be coming in. Now that's going to be taking out Kaisa. That's still a pretty big blow. And if you do want to try to take in, and it looks like, yeah, Arena's greatest is going to try to get taken over. And a flash is going to be able to move back. Now, the hard part with that doesn't feel like a great flash, just because you're only saving 1. And so, yeah, we are currently in round number 1. So we are at the very beginning of this tournament. And game 3 of round 1. And so, yeah, we'll see what ends up happening here. But now a Draven is getting set up. And so if there's maybe another way for Kobo to be able to get a point while still developing the board, this is a big opportunity here, especially with Draven being tapped out. You have 5 cards in hand as Annie, 6 runes at the ready. And I mean, gosh, at this point, if there is a way for you to be able to take over both, I know Cleave is something that usually is in hand. We'll see if that's going to be utilized here. 6 runes at the ready. Going to be playing a Forerunner. Yep, looks like the Forerunner is going to be coming in. And is Kobo going to be opting to not trade with a unit, as right now Padawan is going up to 5 and taking the lead? And so mid-range Draven, I'm still very curious about this deck. It is a very powerful option, very consistent. That's going to be the biggest thing, because even if you start off with a really bad hand, you win a couple of combats and everything's made right. You're able to find the cards that you might need to be able to set up. But then even on top of that, if you start with a good hand, it can be very intimidating on trying to overcome the battle here. And now Kobo is giving Draven the opportunity not only to score 2 points, but on top of that, being able now to set up his board, hiding some cards, getting some powerful units out, and we'll see what is going to be able to be done here and how Annie is going to need to answer. And so, I mean, yeah, pulled everything back perfectly fine with giving the 2 points. But, I mean, this is something that cost Padawan the game previously in game 1. This is exactly how he lost. He gave the opportunity, tapped out and everything, for Annie to move in and set up the board. And Annie was able to do just that. So now, this is the same kind of opportunity as Sneaky Deckhand is moving into Obelisk of Power, going up to 5. There is no response here that can be given from Draven. And then the Ferris Forerunner could be moving in. And if there is a overzealous fan, fight or flight, or things like that, you might be able to get those responses. And Draven currently only has 3 cards in hand. So something that you might want to keep an eye on here, because this is going to be tough. I'm going to be curious to see, because right now this is a little bit different of a board state than what we saw previously, because last time Draven didn't necessarily have a board fully developed here, but in this case he definitely does. And even with 5 cards in hand for Annie, it's just such a tough option here, because even with Overzealous Fan, you're only able to pick 1 unit to move back. Now, of course, that would be the Draven or the Kaisa in this case. But at the same time, you're saying, I'm perfectly fine with pushing Tide Turner over into Obelisk of Power. Seriously, though, Jax is so good. And it feels like he has a really good matchup into Draven. He does struggle into Kaisa. That's my biggest worry about Jax, is that he does struggle into Kaisa. But it looks like, yeah, we do have an Overzealous Fan, and on top of that, a hidden card with 3 runes out the ready. So it looks like the Ferris Forerunner is not going to be moving into Arena's Greatest for that point, and we are going to be tied up 5-5 as oh my gosh, a Thunder Song is going to be coming in. So at that point, ooh, with a Tide Turner, that's a great activation there. So you still have the ability to play reactions with Thunder Song's activated ability. But at this point, I still feel like you should have gone into Arena's Greatest to be able to score that 2nd point. I don't necessarily see a downside, even with Tide Turner being stuck in Arena's Greatest. That is a 1 combat. You know, that's definitely dangerous. I understand that. But I would almost be okay with that. Yeah, in my opinion, Jax is one of the most slept-on decks of Spiritforged. Azir's gotten way more attention than Jax, and I feel like Jax has a better matchup into everything. But yeah, both these competitors are not on 6 points. That's tough. But I mean, at the same time, Padawan has the ability just to move in like the Treasure Hunter into Arena's Greatest, get a point, make a gold. And even if there is a response, then it doesn't necessarily matter. So it looks like the Draven is going to be moving in, going up to 6. Now, still 2 cards in hand for Annie here. That is not what you want to see necessarily, but even still, maybe something to be seen here as the Draven is going up to 9. And so the Overzealous is going to be causing the force of pushing that back. And still a lot to be used here, but 2 cards in hand, and that is it. So the Kaisa is immediately going to be going over into the Arena's Greatest. That is going to be moving up to 6 and drawing a very much needed card. But it looks like maybe there's a response here. Something's going on. They haven't... But yeah, looks like the Tide Turner instead is going to be moving in. Very interesting sequencing there, but looks like the gold is still going to be generated on the move. And now this is something where you definitely do not want to use a Rebuke on a Treasure Hunter. But looks like, oh my gosh, that is going to be it. So giving the Annie another turn. We are at 6-6. And again, the Draven is tapped out. And here's the thing, though, too. If the Tide Turner was in the other battlefield, even with the switch here... Yeah, that's the hard part. Yeah, that's tough. But yeah, it looks like we are going to go for a 2-for-1 as Kobo goes up to 7 points. He has 3 cards in hand, 8 runes at the ready. Is there anything that he is going to be able to do to try to... get that defense up a little? Heck, even moving Traveling Merchant to be able to discard and draw 1 can really help to thin your deck. And is another Forerunner coming out. And it looks like it definitely is going to be backing into the Obelisk of Power. As a Overzealous fan, we'll be discarding a Darius. Okay. And then drawing 1, and it looks like that was a hidden card taken off the top of the deck. Now, still, you have some very easy options here. You can even send the Kaisa potentially over to the other battlefield to try to get the card draw. And with a Mind Splitter coming in, that is going to be taking out the the Ride the Wind here. So what an answer there at this point. But I get this. You now know that there is nothing that the Annie can do at this point. Because before, you might have to, commit 1 unit over and then everything else in, and then you just switch right over with Ride the Wind. And so, yeah, it looks like that Mind Splitter might have been a big difference maker here, as it looks like the Cape is going to be coming in Edge of Night, being able to be equipped to a unit, so probably on a Forerunner if I had to say. But yeah, it not being a fight or flight, very lucky there. But still, the unit is at 9 as Draven. And it looks like adding it to the Traveling Merchant for 4. So the hard part is you're going to be able to now take out a Ferris Forerunner and a Treasure Hunter. Which, I mean, you would be able to either way. That doesn't necessarily... That wouldn't necessarily affect anything, but still. And there's only 1 rune left up here as the Draven falls. But now you're going to be able to attach the blade to something else. Probably the Thunder Song at this point. And you can just keep sending unit after unit after unit in now to be able to just clean up their board state. So now Thunder Song is moving in. And oh, by the way, now it's at 8. But not only that, Cleave now is going to be coming in. So it's going to be going from 8 to 11. And that is going to be getting over both units there. And, you know, the other mechs are going to be created, but at this point, this is going to be a GG as the Draven is taking down the Annie in a thrilling Game 3. So with that, Padawan has locked down the game. But yeah, the fight or flight, I mean, that was the scary part. It could have been a fight or flight. It could have been a number of things. But having that Mind Splitter to be able to remove that final card, while very risky, I mean, trying to sack those 7 runes, that can be a big risk that ended up, that ended up getting some really good answers going then. So yeah, looks like we got a couple of drops that are going to be coming in real quick. So let me get that taken care of. So looks like... Let me get that going, guys. 1 second. Let's see. So we need to drop Roren. Oh, Nat 14, yeah. Nat 14 dropped. Okay. Sorry, guys. We're doing this real quick, and then we will get things moving. And then Brocane. Did Brocane already drop? I think because you have an option to drop. So let's see. Yep, he hasn't dropped yet. Okay, Brocane's out. All right, guys. So with that being said, we've already had a couple of reports on the bracket so far. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket here to see what we have going on. And so currently looks like a few more people that are still finishing up. And looks like that we are having some thrilling matches going on. So we are going to be hopping into another matchup here, possibly Game Slayer versus McFly. So we'll see what ends up going on here. But again, this is going to be fun. And a lot of people that are competing here are also going into Vegas. So this is something that, you know, might be the final fine-tuning here that is needed to be able to get your deck ready, to be able to figure out what the final kinks are, or, you know, what maybe might be a better ad for you to have here. Because, I mean, when all is said and done, and you're finally in the tournament, that is going to be all that is left for you, and something that needs to be kept an eye on. So we are going to be going into our next match. It looks like it is going to be a Yasuo into the... Actually, let's just do this. I would almost... Oh, that's not it. Let me get this going. 1 second, guys. Okay, there we go. So this might actually even be a little bit better of an option at this point. So... So great job, Padawan. Good win right there. So yeah, it looks like we have a Yasuo versus a Set, as Game Slayer versus Wolfman McFly are playing in round 1. Or, I mean, playing in set 1. So kind of interesting there. And we're even seeing, I mean, heck, a Karma coming out here and making some impact. So currently 6-6. Oh, we just finished. Boo. That sucks. All right, guys, we'll jump into another one. Dang it, you know, you get so close. Let's find another one. Looks like they did report it. Let's see if Lewis and Trainer Wyatt are still going. So, dang it, that would have been kind of fun to watch. No, ignore that. I don't want to join again. All right, guys, here we go. Yes, we're in the middle of a game. Woohoo! All right, guys, here we go. So with that, we are going to be seeing an Aurelia versus Kaisa here, as Lewis T is going against Trainer Wyatt here. And it is currently 4-2. Now, this can be a difficult matchup for both competitors for very different reasons. Now, the removal that Kaisa is able to have here can be a big difference maker here. But Aurelia not having her unit out. Now, at the same time, she still has her champion that is still able to be utilized, but you want to be able to defend her by some way. You know, you want to be able to have, whether it is Azonia's Hourglass or Guardian Angel, a way to be able to keep her alive. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this, you know. That's exactly what I thought when you said that, Alex. But yeah, Aurelia is in a super bad spot right now, especially with 5 cards still in hand, 10 runes at the ready, and it is Lewis's turn. So we could even be seeing maybe a Time Warp coming out. We could be seeing a lot going on here that Aurelia is going to need some answers. Or, I mean, heck, you could go in, play a Time Warp, and on the following turn, just absolutely take out Aurelia, because the runes that you have at this point, you're not worried about the deflect. Heck, even if you go and you play out a Falling Star and you end up having to sacrifice 4 runes, doesn't necessarily matter. Now, you do have to be a little bit careful, because if that 1 rune up is an Unguard, then you are going to need to also pay for like a Stupefy in this case. But even still, that's going to be one of the biggest things here. As we see, looks like 6 runes currently being tapped. Is this going to be maybe a Thunder Song? Nope, Thunder Song's 5, but a Progress Day to be able to draw 4. So that's been actually a very common card. I've liked how Kai'Sa's been going a lot more into now the card draw answers, you know, where you do see a lot of Yordles, you see a lot of options to be able to draw Watchful Sentries and things like that, even Progress Day, and it's able to make its impact. I'm wondering if for Lewis that they forgot to score a point. He probably forgot to score the Conquer point and the Hold. But it looks like, yeah, there is a Falling Star coming down, and that is going to have to pay the deflect cost. But if there is 1 in hand, it needs to be an Unguard at this point. So it looks like, oh, a Defiant Dance is coming in. Now, this is going to be giving a unit +2, so the Aurelia is going to be going up to 7, and the Kai'Sa down to 3. And so Falling Star is going to be dealing that 6 damage, but now being tapped out. Is there a Stupefy here? That is going to be one of the biggest differences here. And with the cards in hand, you really got to hope that there is, because you would not want to go in with a Falling Star only to not have a way to stop the draw, especially with 1 up. I would never want to use a Falling Star with 1 rune up on Aurelia's side. Anything at this point. I mean, I would happily go down, because especially with how much of a spell-slinging deck Aurelia is, if you're able to take her out at this point, that's what you need to do. But he does not have it. This should be just a very quick, just instant play. Looks like opting to get Aurelia readied. I don't... Oh. So in case he does, so still, now it looks like only a Smokescreen or double Stupefy would be the answer. It has to be a Smokescreen. Aurelia took a very dangerous gamble, but it looks like it could very well be paying off. And now the tough part is Aurelia can move from battlefield to battlefield relatively easy. And, I mean, he might now, as the Kai'Sa player, Lewis might be saving options here. Something like a Smokescreen to really stop. But, I mean, why wouldn't you then use it? If you're able to take out Aurelia, he's pulling back. He doesn't have a Smokescreen in hand. If he does, I would be absolutely blown away by this. Even a Piercing Light would be solid. But most Kai'Sa lists are exactly right. Most Kai'Sa lists are only running 1 Smokescreen. So we'll see what's able to be done at this point, especially as we come down to the final 10 minutes on the clock. But Aurelia being able to get a point is going to be a big deal. Then on top of that, the Ride the Wind, that's going to be moving Aurelia up to 6. 1 for the ready and then 1 for being able to move in. Now, not only that, then the Flash is going to be coming in. So, going to be moving back and still being at the ready. An interesting use for Flash, because you are technically only going to be getting 1 might off of that. And so Aurelia slid into those DMs, but yet did not commit to Ferris Forerunner. But still has the 2 runes left. A Guardian Angel now coming out, being equipped. That's going to be moving Aurelia up to 9 and now is able to move in. We are going to see now what Lewis has for a response. And if he has one. So again, we're going to see what is able to be done. But, I mean, I don't know. This is going to be a tough situation here. Trying to get in, trying to figure out what response. I mean, come on. You have 7 cards in hand. That's the thing. You have 7 cards in hand. There has to be some kind of answer here. But it looks like it might not be the case. But it looks like a Hextech Ray. Oh, that is tough. Again, trying to deal with the Deflect, too. And a Kaisa that is tapped. So that's going to be 3 damage, and then 6 that is going to be dealt to a tapped-out Aurelia. So even right now, with that being a trade, that is a pretty solid answer. So the Guardian Angel is going to be spent here for the trade, but now you have 2 Ferris Forerunner, or the Forerunner that is going to be becoming 2 bots. And so now we are moving in here to the final turn, and there is a good chance that now Kaisa will be able to gain 2 points. And maybe even another card draw, though even at this point, I don't know why you would need another card draw on top of this. Yeah, that's the hard part. That was one of the hardest parts, is going from Yu-Gi-Oh!, Magic, Lorcana, and all of them dealing with chains a little bit differently. And not only that, the combat chain for this game is complicated. And even with like a chart, sometimes there are some interesting circumstances, like with activating Aurelia's legend ability, which can be very difficult to try to understand. But it looks like a Singularity is going to be coming down, trying to deal 6 damage to the Aurelia. I'm pretty sure that is just what ended up finishing this game here. The Aurelia is no more. And so, yes, while that Singularity was very expensive, it took out the MVP here, and that was the Aurelia. Now, only 3 cards in hand. The opponent is at 7. There is still ways for Aurelia to be able to do this, but at the same time, we'll see what's going to be ending up happening here. The Aurelia is tapped out 6 runes, though, and I'm not sure there's going to be anything that Trainer Wyatt might be able to do to get things going. But it looks like we are going to be at least having one answer here. That's going to be with a Discipline going on to the... But, I mean, again, you're tapped out, so there isn't anything that is able to be done at this point. Even on the move, being able to draw a card doesn't help if you can't tap one ready and then also select a unit. So you are going to be able to at least maybe take out. There's probably going to be another Hextech Ray. But it looks like that is going to be it. Stupefy's coming in. And that is going to be taking down the Stellacorn Herder. And that is going to be the game. Yep, and it looks like Trainer Wyatt has backed out, and that is going to be the game with the victory going over into Kaisa. And again, that's going to be one of the harder matchups for Aurelia in this point, is going to be that you do have to figure out how I then deal with, you know, these kinds of board states. That is so difficult to have to, you know, you only have a couple of units as Aurelia. And so it's like, all right, cool. Well, that's your 1 unit. Oh, you have Deflect on it. I don't care. It's dead. You know, and that's going to be so hard to be able to try to come back from. Aurelia is just such a powerhouse of a deck. But when you have to go against heavy removal, it is so difficult. This is why I really like that Kaisa has kind of taken a little bit of a step back. Not much, a little bit. But man, it is an uphill battle for Aurelia, and we'll see maybe what is going to be happening next. You need those not so fasts, you need those defies and answers like that, even hard bargains at this point, something to be able to slow down the Kaisa there and stop from your units being taken out. So with that, guys, we are almost done with round number 1 as we take a look at the bracket here. It looks like we have Inferno Man and Casual Knight that are waiting. They have 2 minutes left on the clock, and then I am informing them that they are going to turns. So, guys, we are going to be going into a quick break. It'll be probably about a 5-minute break, and then we will be back to bring you more Riftbound. So stay tuned. Good matches. That was awesome. We'll have to see it. Okay, and time for turns, if you have it. Cool. Alrighty, guys, so looks like we are getting ready for round number 2. So it looks like we'll be getting into it and seeing what is going to be happening, guys. Thank you so much for being here. We are here being able to take a look at what this tournament is going on with. Now, just so for you who don't know, this is 4 rounds that we play every single Tuesday starting at 6 Eastern. This is a great way for you to be able to refine your skill. But also, if you happen to show up week to week, this is a free tournament for you to play after all. And then you're able to accumulate points, which will contribute to you opting into the top 16, where if you are able to qualify, then you can play in the final tournament where you are going to be able to play for a playmat that is designed by yours truly. So we'll see how that ends up turning out. You're able to pick a legend. I will design out a playmat, print it, and ship it to you if you get first or second in the final tournament. So really cool to be able to see how all of that is going on, and we are about to start round number 2. Now, at the same time, so far on the bracket, we have some really thrilling matches as Inferno Man was able to take down Casual Knight, the one that we were waiting on. But likewise, on the next one, we have the Slipster versus Cow Pancakes. Trainer Wyatt versus Siri. He got his round. He's not on the bye. And then we got Padawan versus Navixt and Gameslayer versus Inferno Man. So some really fun ones. But I think what we're going to be looking at is Beg4 versus Eagle Eye. I think this is going to be a fun one. So we'll see how that ends up playing as we get ready to go into game number 2. Now, competitors are getting into their rooms, and we'll see who is going to be able to get going here. So we'll see. But, I mean, it should be a really fun match. So yeah, and also guys, with Vegas coming up after the thrilling games that we were able to see here on a day 1, day 2 of the European regionals, what do you think? Who do you think is, or what deck do you think is going to be able to take it in this next series of games? I'm going to be curious to see, because yeah, it looks like we have a lot of tight competition, and maybe this meta is a lot tighter than what we realize. Yes, Draven still is the best deck, but do you guys think that someone else is going to be able to dethrone the League of Draven, or are we going to be able to see maybe that he is able to win even over in Vegas? I'm going to be curious. I'm going to be very curious to see how that is going to go. I am going to be going to Vegas too, so we are getting ready to leave here pretty soon. So there's a lot of fun stuff to get ready for that. So we'll see. So I'm getting everything set up real quick, and then we'll hop right over. And so let's see. So it looks like we do have a Draven that is going to be playing against an Aurelia. Now this is always a really good matchup too, especially for the Aurelia. She seems to have the best time going into Draven out of everyone. That she is able to keep the mobility, and more importantly, she's able to avoid a lot of the battles, a lot of the combats that does make Draven so powerful. Now, the biggest thing is that what can you be able to do to try to keep the Aurelias alive? That's going to be one of the hardest parts here. Because, again, if you do take down the Aurelia, then you might be at a little bit of a disadvantage. But still, now being able to start with a stacked deck on the Draven side, going to be able to get some things going. And a powerful start, starting with a Noxus Hopeful after a 1 cost. One of my all-time favorite starts with a Draven deck, as another unit is coming out. And so, yeah, it looks like we have Reaver's Row in a battlefield. When you defend here, you may move a friendly unit from here to base. And likewise, the Dreaming Tree, meaning that when the first time you choose a friendly unit with a spell, you are able to draw one there. So, I really want to start playing Aurelia. But the hard part is she feels like such a complicated deck. It is very tough to find that balance with her. And if you're not able to maintain that balance, it can be a very difficult matchup. So you got to be careful. You definitely have to be careful with what you choose. But man, when you understand what is able to be done here, it can be a lot of fun. So we'll see what Aurelia is able to do. There's only one rune that is left up, but still, Aurelia being able to move into the Dreaming Tree is going to be interesting. Then not only that, now you can use the Boots of Swiftness as an equip. after the Conquer to be able to reactivate if you so choose. And this is the dangerous part because Aurelia could just keep going back and forth, scoring multiple points each turn. It looks like is going to be opting in to attaching the boots. So very heavy power cost right here. Very heavy. But if you're able to now then go in and move things... Oh, interesting. So is just trying to go up in might. So currently is going to be at 7 for the Aurelia as Beg goes up to 2 points. But still, with another Noxus Hopeful, that could be very tricky. And you can also pull back even the Noxus Hopeful, having the Treasure Hunter into Reaver's Row, and immediately just retreat out. You're perfectly fine with that. And so it looks like we are going to be switching with the Noxus Hopeful to have 2 units at the total of 8 might to be able to move in. Now, at the same time, if there is any... I mean, you could have the signature spell that you have to deal with, but wow, is that a lot of might that just came out onto the battlefield. So that is going to be up to 15 right now versus the 7. Now, still, you can play out your signature spell, potentially. But that Darius was a big swing and difference maker right there. And so at this point, now that one rune is not going to be enough, even with the signature spell. That's going to be a difference of 5. But it looks like, yeah, you just lost the Guardian Angel. And on the plus side, at least you took out the Darius and your opponent as Draven is tapped out. But still, with that rune differential, you're still looking at 3-1. Aurelia being at the ready, you gotta just be so careful here now. Because if you lose your Aurelia, it is going to be just a tough battle for you. And Aurelia is definitely one that can capitalize on the mid to late game. You spend the start really trying to get things moving, trying to get things going, and then you're able to capitalize on things. But again, Aurelia is one of the most power-hungry decks that you are going to have to go against. And now, after all that, you are now at 5 runes. And if you have to start sacrificing more runes to try to get answers going, you're just going to be finding yourself at a very uphill battle. Now, of course, you might be hoping that you have a Defy and an Unguard. You know, that wouldn't be horrible at all. And if there's a way that you are going to be able to take out your opponent's units, a Discipline might be a step in the right direction. That's going to be +2 to draw 1. Now, Aurelia is going to get 3 at that point because of her ability. And immediately going to be allowing her to be tapped at that point. And also drawing for Dreaming Tree, so pretty well utilized there. Now, if this is a switcheroo, I mean, that's one of the few times... Okay, Tide Turner. Yeah, it looks like a Tide to Tide. All right. Interesting. So that was more of a bluff card than anything. And so now this is going to be a good clapback for Raven, being able now to take back what she had overextended, because now it feels like the Draven has overextended, and not only that, now you can capitalize and take not only Dreaming Tree, but also Reaver's Row. And Draven only has 2 cards in hand, so where, I mean, we had a huge blunder there from the Aurelia, but now it's like, well, with 3 cards in hand for the Draven, he might very well be spending this entire time trying to rebuild his board state. He might not be able to take both battlefields at this point, and even still, if he does, then at the same time, the Treasure Hunter's probably gone, and there's a lot to be seen here. Still, a stacked deck being off the top, that's going to be something to really... Oh, man, but yeah, saying that Draven would have only 1 card in hand if Aurelia played it right. You're exactly right about that. And it looks like a double stacked deck. I mean, a stacked deck into a stacked deck doesn't necessarily help out the most. It does, but you're really only netting 1 while looking through 6 cards. Doesn't necessarily feel incredible. But sometimes it does really suck where you don't want to have to sacrifice, you know, passing up a stack deck there. And so it looks like even with 3 runes still up on the Aurelia side, there is going to be no response. Or even if there is, if there's a Ride the Wind or something, anything, you left 3 runes up. And so what could be happening here, allowing you to be able to make that kind of decision, especially with 8 or 7 cards in hand? And so it looks like the Draven's going to be coming out as a pass is made. That's going to be 4-4 right now, with Raven evening the score with Beg and having a ganking Aurelia that is going to be able to do something. Only 1 rune left up for the Draven. And again, this is already looking rather troubling, all things considered, still for Beg. But it all comes down to what then Raven is going to be able to do this game. And so it looks like Raven is going to be moving in. And so anything to just try to keep her alive. And now that she is alive, it looks like now you can start utilizing the runes. And now with a charm as well. So that's going to be moving an enemy unit in, starting a showdown. And even with sacrificing a rune, Draven will not have the answers needed. An absolutely huge victory right there for the Aurelia. And so now this is looking bad for the Draven here. Going to be having 4 cards, but still needs to be able to find a way to be able to build up the board state, take care of the Aurelia. But if there is nothing to be able to blow up the Aurelia, we might be in trouble. Now, Aurelia might have left 3 up just in case, like, they had the Discipline, the Unguards, or something along those lines. But it looks like that is going to be a pass. And Aurelia can just go and score 2 points every turn from here on out. And with how many cards are in hand, looks like very well could be doing so. So here we go with a Thunder Song. Now, there is going to be no chance for a reaction to be played here because that's just not possible. So if there's anything... Well, no, you could still play Unguard or Discipline. Fight or Flight is not going to be an option here because it's an action. Ride the Wind, same thing. And so it looks like nothing is going to be opted to play. And is this going to be a Falling Star that's going to be... Looks like it. Yep, a Falling Star that's going to be coming in, dealing that 8 damage to the Aurelia. So what is in hand for the Aurelia? I mean, you see 8 cards in hand. And this could still be a really good turn, where you automatically have the ability to ready up the unit by attaching the Boots of Swiftness. And so if Raven is somehow able to get to that 7 points, then this could be a big difference maker. Immediately going to be tapping 6 for a Draven Audacious. And so here we go with the Draven now being able to be ready to moving in. Now keep in mind, the first time I win combat each turn, you score 1 point. So is there maybe a charm in hand? And so yeah, it looks like the Draven's going to be moving into the Dreaming Tree. Is there a charm in hand? And it looks like there is. So the charm is going to be dishing out right now on the Thunder Song, pulling it in, and being able to win and go up to 7. And Draven is put on a clock. He needs to be able to have some kind of reaction here. And with the hidden card down, it's going to be very interesting to see what Beg can do with only 3 cards in hand. A Rebuke, yeah, that's good. But if this is a Fight or Flight, it just immediately gets pulled back. And yeah, it looks like that's going to be it. But is there a hard bargain in hand? It does not look so for the Draven. And so it looks like, oh my gosh, only playing out an Overzealous. Now, Draven still needs to be able to score both battlefields here. But, I mean, with 4 runes up, that's not going to be a problem. Any spell at this point will be able to score. And then you can just immediately target and get things going. And then moving in with the sneaky deckhand. Is that going to be it? And that is going to be it, as the Aurelia is able to take down the Draven. And guys, I was worried right there. I mean, that was a big back and forth, an overextend from Aurelia, and then just like that, an overextension from the Draven. I mean, having to drop those 2 Noxus Hopefuls and then both units over on Reaver's Row, just a little bit much, unfortunately. And that really sucks to see, but sometimes that's how it is. And so, you know, when there's times like that where you might not be able to get the answers that you necessarily need, now this is going to be a big deal. Can Beg now go in as Draven, going turn 1 and being able to win this game? Again, Aurelia can be such a tough matchup. I feel like this is the most even matchup that Draven has. And that's saying something, because Draven has a positive matchup into pretty much every deck here. So now, is Draven going to be able to capitalize on this? Well, we'll see. Because again, this is going to be a big game here for Beg. And so immediately starting out with the Boots of Swiftness, getting some things going at least. But the Overzealous fan is going to be able to move in, and usually the Draven follows suit after this score. But it looks like instead it might be... I mean, what? A Treasure Hunter, maybe. Even a Tide Turner at this point. Either way. And so it looks like an Overzealous with an Overzealous and a Noxus Hopeful. So kind of an interesting idea right there. But, you know, whatever gets you the ability to score some points there. So Beg is still playing out his units, getting answers here. But with 2 being tapped, as a Lonely Poro maybe finding his way onto the battlefield. Nope, it looks like it is going to be a Guardian Angel. And again, another pass. So this is going to now soon be 3-0. But even still, it won't take much for Aurelia to start moving in and getting stuff taken care of. But again, you have to be able to deal with the combats of Draven. If you are able to get over those things... Oh my gosh, and a Thermo Beam blowing up both of those equipment. A very expensive spell, but one that is really now going to slow down Aurelia. Is that maybe a little premature? Possibly. One thing that might have been a really good surprise to utilize there would be to save those 5 runes up on the opponent's next turn, and so when they attacked in, then you blew everything up. But either way, a very well played spell right there to just take out all that equipment. 2 turns of building up the board, and now no answers to be able to, 1, protect your Aurelia, and 2, be able to give her the mobility that she needs to start making an impact. So yeah, we'll see what ends up being happening here if Aurelia is able to do much of anything. I mean, losing both those equipments, those are 2 that you really want to have in your opening hand. And to be falling short of that now is going to be a decent blow. So we'll see what's able to be done then. And again, for those of you joining us, this is round 2, game 2. And so we'll see what's able to be done here. As we now move in with 5 runes being tapped, very well might be sacrificing the Aurelia. Nope, instead of Boots of Swiftness. Again, trying to build up the board state. And it will be Beg's turn as he moves up to 6 runes and 4 points. I mean, gosh, that Thermo Beam is such a deciding factor there. As an accelerated Kai'Sa is going to be able to move in, drawing another card, and then being able to get 2 runes at the ready. So not only that, Draven's going to be able to have 3 runes at the ready with both Overzealous fans now defending the battlefield. It looks like this game 2 is as good as over, and we very well might be seeing a game 3. I'm not sure what Raven is going to be able to do to come back into this. So, I mean, we'll see. There's still plenty of game left. I mean, You're on a 2-turn time clock even with all of this, but even still, I'm not sure how you're going to be able to get around a lot of this. So with 5, it looks like the Aurelia... I mean, the Aurelia at this point needs to start taking some actions, getting things moving. So looks like the equipment is going to be attached and the Aurelia is going to be readied. And that's going to be immediately bringing the Aurelia up to 8. Now you're going to be hoping for maybe a not so fast or for a defy, potentially both at this point. You would need both to be able to prepare for what's going to be potentially coming. Because it looks like the Overzealous fan is going to be playing the deflect. Now that is going to be a gust in response to the reactivation of Overzealous fan. So the gust is going to immediately put that right back in hand, and the ability is not going to go through. So a very well-timed gust there. Now 8-4. And on the Conquer, still going to have some answers to be able to go over to the other battlefield, but still 3 runes at the ready. So maybe Draven has an answer here, and maybe not. Looks like the discard of the Noxus Hopeful. That's going to be a victory right there, and very much needed. Now we have a chance to be able to draw a card, if we so choose, off of Sunken Temple, but we already need to pay 1 to be able to ready up the Aurelia, if we so choose. So... ugh. I mean, could just go and pay 1 on the Conquer, ready Aurelia, try to ride the wind over, but that depends on what is in hand for the Aurelia here. So yeah, this is currently on TCG Arena. So again, we'll see what is able to be done. It looks like this is going to be a tough predicament, though, for the Aurelia. And a tough choice. I mean, at least you got the card draw, but again, that could also even be a decision that is making your situation all the harder. That's not something that you generally want to have to deal with here, but if it's able to get you a little bit closer to finding the answers that you need. And it looks like with that, with 3 up, we are going to be passing for turn. And so now Beg being at 6, that 5-point differential is going to be such a difficult hill to climb now for Aurelia. But at least the board state is set up. But still, even if there's maybe a rebuke or something, that could be, one, very costly for the Draven if there is any responses. But on top of that, if you're able to at least get rid of the Aurelia, slow it down, anything at this point. Also a Tide Turner. Ooh, could be. I mean, Tide Turner would be interesting. Tide Turner, bring Kaisa back, move into Sunken Temple, add Spinning Axe on top of that. But still, again, you're really risking because Aurelia doesn't necessarily need to worry about might all that much. You're able to play a lot of cards, unguards, you know, even the signature spell. And if there is any signature spell in hand for Aurelia, that is something that can be very devastating to the board here. But it looks like both Kaisa and Overzealous fan both are going to be moving back hand in hand to the base to live to fight another day, as a Noxus Hopeful and another Overzealous fan are going to be able to move in. Now, the nice part about this is Kaisa might be able to continue to move in, drawing an extra card every single turn. And if that's the case, we'll see what might need, or what might be able to be responded to at this point. And so it looks like, yeah, we're going to start getting some points going, but this could be setting up Draven for a really big turn here. And that's also one of the hardest parts. Yes, Aurelia is going to be very difficult to try to take down. But if you are able to set up your board, get things going, then you can really take the game to the Aurelia and make it very difficult for her to be able to have responses. Still, at the same time, still worried about 6 cards in hand, 9 runes. Aurelia at least has the economy to be able to deal with a lot of the board state that Draven could potentially be making here. And so if in return then we are able to withstand this, you need to be able to climb up, but still dealing with both of these. Oh, and a charm coming in to be able to deal with that. So that's going to be a big hit there. But still, trying to deal with 2 overzealous fans, especially when you don't have any spell removal, can be a very big difference maker there. So we'll see what ends up happening here, though. But it looks like that is just going to be a direct pass over to the Draven. This is setting up to be a very interesting turn. 8 runes on Aurelia's side. That's something that I would be personally very worried about. I'd be like, gosh, what could you potentially even be playing that I would have to deal with here? It's not something I would want to have to try to figure out. And so still, though, that point differential, the ability to get so many points early on from Beg is going to be that big difference maker here, especially because he could very well be going into the Sunken Temple, moving in the Overzealous, hiding a card, having a lot of runes up. Looks like 3 Overzealous? Are you kidding me? And a hitting card. Is that a GG, folks? It very well could be at this point. How do you deal with Beg being at 7 points with 3 Overzealous fans and a hitting card? But even still, it disciplines at least taking a step in the right direction, trying to get some card draw going. Though not quite sure what is able to be done here to get over that wall. It looks like Draven has the answers at this point. Another discipline trying to, again, draw into the answers. More and more runes being spent, though, where the answers, even if you find them, might not be enough. And I'm not sure what Raven is going to be able to do here. I mean, both games prior were incredibly quick games. I mean, heck, we've only been playing for about 25 minutes so far in this round 2. And it looks like that is going to be it. As, I mean, hey, looks like Draven was able to hold out. And again, what can you do when you have 3 Overzealous? And I mean, it's like, you at least can continue to deal with the board state, but again, you're just going to get pushback, 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 and you're giving your Draven card after card after card. That's very difficult to have to deal with, and so unfortunately, that is not going to be enough to be able to win that game. But guys, that was a really quick round, and so what we're going to be doing is going immediately into another one. I think we're going to go into Casual Knight and J Thom. That should be a pretty fun one here. No one else has reported yet. They are the very first. And so we're going to be going into here. I'm going to be taking a quick break. Wife just needs a little bit of help with dinner, chopping up some stuff. So I'm going to be going into the gameplay for you guys, and then we're going to not have any commentary for probably about 10 minutes. So anyway, guys, hopefully you enjoy, and I will be right back. Sorry about that, but yeah, wife comes first. Looks like we are starting into game number 3 as I season the chicken and we are set. Whew, okay, ran up the stairs. Okay. Gonna catch some breath. Anyway, but good to have you guys here. Thank you so much for joining and being patient with me as we try to get things going. But, man, this Victor matchup is going to be very interesting going against Jax. Man, this is a good game. I missed this? Dang it. So far, I have no idea who won or what game we are in, but it's going to be fun to see all the same. So Victor, I mean, has had some very good showings. Not going to lie, and so we'll see if they're able to continue to bring the gameplay in, because, I mean, I'm a big fan. I almost have decided to take Victor to the regionals here, but there's just a couple of answers that are a little more difficult to try to embrace here, but we might have to watch out with both of these players and see maybe if we do broadcast a full match with them next, because, I mean, I'm a huge fan of seeing what these decks can do. And so likewise, we are going to be going in and seeing as a board is set up. Again, one of the nice parts about this deck list is that you are able to generate a decent amount of gold, and also having your opponent be able to play Treasure Hoard is a lot of help. I mean, being able to get that little extra gold so that you can continue to build up your rune count, because one of the biggest downfalls of Victor is that you have to use a lot of your runes. You have powerful spells, you have really great kill spells, but pretty much all of your kill spells are like Singularity and things like that are all going to be costing you at least 2 power. And so already right off the bat, it looks like CK is going to be moving in and scoring 2 points right off the bat, as another 2 is paid, as a salvage is going to be coming in and potentially destroying the Guardian Angel, as Notify is in hand. And so Victor, man, I'm a fan. I'm a little more biased towards Victor because he is the one card that I pulled a signature of, and also he was my first legend that I played in this game. So I gotta vote for Victor here. Just a lot of fun what he is able to do. I remember with my friend, we printed out the trial decks as soon as it was revealed. And we played our first game. He played Jinx and I played Victor, and we went from there. So just a lot of fun there, as now the first mate is going to be moving in to the recruit. Just a little recruit. And then it looks like 1, 2, 3 is going to be tapped, as a Wages of Pain is going to be sliding in and dealing 3 damage, though it looks like 2 is immediately going to be tapped, as a Counter Strike is going to prevent that damage. Now, of course, the gold will still be generated on the side of Victor, but even still, this is tough, because it's like, yeah, and instead, you're only going to be dealing the 1 damage and the 1 gold. Not a huge loss for Victor in particular, but still, losing something like Wages of Pain, that can be a little bit of a setback there. That is a very powerful spell in this matchup, but even still, unfortunately, not something that you want to see. So it looks like we had Siri take down Trainer Wyatt. Kobo wins again versus Wolfman McFly, and then also Eraser versus Sundays in a 2-0 victory. So already a couple reported, and we'll see what else is going to be brought your guys' way as we conclude round number 2. Again, we have about 20 minutes left in this round, so we'll see how these games continue to shape up. But even still, at this point, let's see. We have Casual Knight and Jay Thorn. Casual Knight and Jay Thorn. Jay Thom ended up losing 0-2. So the Jax player ended up actually not being able to clutch it against Sundays. And then likewise, on the flip side, looks like we had Casual Knight that was also unable to win here at a 0-2 against Inferno Man. So both ending up struggling against their round 1 opponents, but are now able to take the game to each other. But Victor is still standing here with a 3-1 lead here. Now, the tough part is you want to continue to build up your board state, and one of the biggest downfalls, though, is going to be your lack of card draw. That is something that you need to try to be able to maintain, and if you are able to, then you have a lot going for you. But it looks like a Call of the Week is going to be taking out the first mate. And that can be a little bit dangerous of a play, because if you have something like the Jacks coming in this next turn, yes, it has deflect, but Call of the Week is able to get around that, as a hidden card is now being placed down where Honest Broker sits. So is it going to be a Hidden Blade or potentially a Consult the Past? We'll find out here soon enough. Now, the biggest thing that could make it difficult here is Jax does have the ability to play all spells at quick draw, but still only being able to play out a Poro and a Bone Shiver. That's going to still allow for, still manage to go up to 4 points and maybe even continue to develop up the board. Now, if you did want to do a Hidden Blade there, if that was a Hidden Blade, then Victor at least would be getting you another unit that you could utilize there if you decided to go that route. But still, also something very dangerous that we need to be mindful of here is going to be the fact that now we can start channeling some runes with Bone Shiver. I'm not necessarily worried about the Poro scoring a lot or being able to build up a big field, but I am worried about the rune count here. But still, at the same time, Jax has not been able to maintain a lot of card draw either, and that might be to the detriment of both players here. If they're not able to maintain high card draw, they're in trouble. But still, it looks like one unit has been played out to the battlefield here, so we might be seeing the flip up of a Hidden Blade here to be able to sacrifice, or even just wait and force the attack in. And also, if it's another Wages of Pain, that would be enough to now trade. Although now, yeah, having a Victor out as a unit might be a decent enough option if you are opting to attack in, but it looks like the Poro is going to be moving in, and we'll see what gets activated here. And it looks like it is going to be a Hidden Blade taking out the One Might Recruit, and that's going to be 2 vital cards added to hand at this point. But that is a Conquer and a Channeled Rune Exhausted that the Poro is going to now be able to utilize here, as maybe now the Jax is going to be coming out. Now, this is the hardest part, too, because now, oh, no, Aphelios instead. So for those of you who don't know, just a really good card here, though sometimes hard to utilize. Aphelios is now getting Bone Shiver attached due to the Grandmaster at Arms ability. So now we are going to either be able to ready 2 runes, which is going to be the option, channel 1 rune exhausted, or buff a friendly unit. So again, a really great option here on trying to get things moving, and Aphelios can now start to swing in for a lot of damage. Victor is going to need to have to find a way to be able to move back into this battlefield. Otherwise, it could be a very quick game, as Jay could take this. But still, I mean, we have Victor that's up by 2. Soon to be 3, and so we'll see what is able to be done here. And really, all it takes is, an Imperial Decree and a Bellows Breath. But it looks like 4 is going to be coming in. Is that going... Oh, I 100% thought that was going to be a kill spell there, but it looks like we have a Xin Zhao being able to move in, but already we have a reaction coming in, and it is going to be... Oh... A little bit of a surprise there. Would not have seen that coming, but a gauge that is able to now add 3. So that is going to be now going up to 5 for the Poro. Now that is a very powerful card, but I do just... It is a very expensive one at that. Victor has the ability to still get a couple of kill spells. 5 cards in hand. There still is a chance that he has an action or a reaction. And so it looks like 2 is going to be tapped. Maybe a smoke screen. Nope, 2 is going to be... Yeah. So a Bellows Breath is going to be used and repeated to deal that 2 damage. And another 2 is going to be tapped for a Not So Fast coming in. Oh yeah, I don't have to highlight over. You guys see the whole board. Anyway, I'll blow it up for you guys just so you can see. But that's funny. And so yeah, it looks like a recruit is going to be made, and the Poro is going to hold. So still, though, the Honest Broker is going to be moving in, able to move into the battlefield, and it looks like a gold is going to be created off of the Conquer too. But Jax only has one card in hand, and that can be something to really slow things down as another recruit is made with the Victor Legend ability. So that Poro being able to survive, I mean, that's a big turn right there. And Aphelios could now conquer in and get some things moving here. But it looks like a Jax is actually going to be moving in. He has Weapon Master, immediately going to be able to apply, and now you can tap one to draw one. So that might be something to really make a difference here. And now Aphelios might get the equip. Yep, that's going to be either now adding in or readying up 2 runes. And then on the Conquer, yeah, I don't think there's any kill spells that cost 1. So it looks like going to be able to channel another rune on top of that. And I mean, heck, you could still even play out your Jax in the battlefield at this point and really continue to build up your board. And right now, the Jax is taking the lead. And so this is going to be a big turn for Victor. Or it doesn't look like took the lead. Looks like CK's at 5. But somehow, especially even with 2 cards in hand, yeah, looks like gonna be another one coming in, and that is gonna be the ability to equip another card and potentially paying 1 and drawing 1. Now, the dangerous part about that is that you are leaving your board state wide open, but still, with Victor also using the Bellows Breath in a failed attempt to take out the Poro, I am a lot less worried about what my opponent could be dishing out as a Victor player. The odds of him having the Imperial Decree and Bellows Breath combo right now, even with enough runes, isn't possible. You know, or very unlikely at least. And so we'll see what we're able to do here with these kinds of responses. But right now, it is not looking good for the Victor. So it looks like 5 and a gold, and this might be the Imperial Decree. Nope, a drag under instead. So that is going to be targeting the Aphelios, and the Aphelios is dead. So now the Victor could take out the Poro, going up to 7 with 1 going in. But is that something that you would want to risk? So it looks like the recruit is going to be going in, maybe opting to create a gold, and looks like it will be. And it looks like 1's going to be tapped. Is the Victor going to be creating a token here? Nope, it looks like a Stupefy instead. Bringing the Poro down to 1, drawing a card, as the trade is going to be executed here. Now, the point differential is still going to be helpful and bringing a lot here. But the Poro is still going to be dying alone. Not only that, you can equip to the Jax and be able to draw potentially 2 cards. And that could be a big help here, especially as you have so many runes that you're able to utilize now. So Jax might need to find some answers here, as, of course, he is going to be going in, immediately conquering and channeling a rune. There's nothing that Victor can do here at this point. So it looks like the Bone Shiver is going to be equipped over into the other Jax to draw a card. This is also the hard part right now because there are not enough units at the ready to be able to Imperial Decree, kill both battlefields, and then be able to conquer and win. So I'm going to be curious to see then what Victor is able to do to secure those final 2 points. And it looks like, yeah, another recruit or another armor is going to be equipped there. Another card drawn off of that. And a challenge is going to be coming in, destroying the Victor right there. So a really good card to draw off the top of the deck. That is going to be a big blow there for the Victor, as now we are able to take both battlefields and still be able to channel a rune, and with a handful of cards, I mean, gosh, there's I don't know what Victor could potentially do at this point to try to get in and take both battlefields. Still, a Singularity might be a step in the right direction, though that's only going to be dealing 6 damage to an 8 Might Jax. And if there is any signature spell in hand on the Jax side, it will not matter. So I'm not sure what's going to be done here, what Victor could try to do to get into this game. That challenge was a very well-played challenge there by Jay. So we'll see what is able to be done as... I mean, I'm not sure what lines Victor could have at this point. Still could have the Imperial Decree and Bellows Breath combo. That would be really the biggest hope here on getting into the game. And so it looks like finally some moves are going to be... And it looks like an Imperial Decree is going to be coming down. Is this going to be a chance for Bellows Breath? Because any damage at this point would be enough to finish off the Jaxes. But if there, again, is a signature spell in hand, and it looks like this is going to be a forced circumstance here, with the 1 Might Recruit being able to trade into the Jax. No signature spell there, but even still being at near 7 points on this up-and-coming turn. I mean, heck, if there is a first mate and some kind of combo piece, you score, you move Jax back, you immediately play first mate and go. And it looks like the Bellows Breath was there, so maybe... Oh, and the Defy. So, yeah. Did have the combo, but just wasn't quite there on being able to get it to finish off the Jax. But still, a Watchful Sentry is going to be coming down with a 1 Might Recruit. But there is only 2 cards in hand for the Jax, and so many runes and cards here that the Jax could be able to do. So, again, I'm going to be curious to see what they're able to, but it looks like the equipment is going to immediately be attached here. And that's going to be a much-needed card at this point. And so with everything equipped now, still has the ability to move around if needed, but looks like it might not need to. But you're putting a lot of trust in Victor's hands there, thinking that you're going to be able to hold down the fort here as the pass is made. And there's 11 runes. If there is a Time Warp in hand for the Victor, however unlikely that might be, if there is a Time Warp, the game is over. Because I know Time Warp has been played a little bit more here. And so still, even after all of this, trying to draw the answers, trying to find their ways in. The runes are getting tapped. And it looks like doing a Riptide Rex to deal the 6 damage. And there's the signature spell about to come in. Yep, there's the Counter-Strike saying, nope, I'm not taking any damage this turn. And so that might just be enough to be able to lock down this game. And so a drag under instead. Followed by a not so fast. So there's been every single answer that you could imagine that has just been drawn by the jacks. And that's a huge difference maker. I mean, seeing what those jacks are able to do here. I mean, these not so fast, these defies everything, have just made their impact known in this game 3. And now with a tapped out victor, that is going to be the game. So with that, guys, that is going to be the end of round number 2. Yep, that's right. That is going to be the last round. Why? Well, that's all they actually ended up having. So as soon as they get reported, yep, we are going into round number 3. So let's take a look at the bracket as I alert everyone that we are going to be starting round 3. And so with that, guys, we're going to be taking a look at the board state here. Currently, we do have a couple of people who have ended up dropping, but we have Padawan versus Siri, a good matchup, one that we've already seen a couple of times in the past, but Siri has been able to etch out against the Draven here. Will he be able to do it again? Then likewise, on the other side, we have Gameslayer versus Cabo. So if we take a look down at the current standings, if I refresh, that would help. Jax was able to hold the fort. Exactly right there. So there we go with the refresh. So right now, Eagle Eye undefeated, Eraser, Inferno Man, and Navixt, both 2-0. And with Siri getting the bye, though, keep that in mind that Siri still technically is at a 2-0 there, and now going against a 1-1 Padawan. So we'll see what ends up happening here, but we are going to be taking a really quick break as we get into round number 3, so stay tuned. Almost there, guys. Just getting some final things set. Oops. Almost there, guys. About 1 minute, and then we'll get started here. All right, guys, they have already gotten started, so we're going to be moving in immediately and seeing round number 3, and it looks like that is going to be a Lux versus Miracle Draven that we might have going on here. So something to keep in mind with that. Very interesting choices here as we go in. Since the game had already started, let me just get things moving. But the Lux is a really interesting choice. But, I mean, the hard part is Miracle Draven could be an absolute Devastator here as we move into this match here. So Slipster is going to be one that could be having a big showing here, as we have already found a Nocturne off the top of the deck. So for those of you who don't know, the Nocturne is able to be summoned when you sacrifice a rune at this point. And so it looks like on top of that, we are going to be going also an Ezreal with a seal. So just an absolute powerful start here from the Miracle Draven here. And then on top of that, even a battering ram on top of that. And so even though there is such a big start there, Lux, especially if the board starts getting set up, the spells start to get utilized here, there's a lot of ways that these units can fall. But that's the hard part, is Lux is going to need to be able to find those answers needed. But again, even right now, having something like an Imperial Decree, Bellows Breath, stuff like that that you're able to utilize can really shut down Miracle decks. I mean, heck, that was something that we saw over the week, and that, yeah, Miracle fell to Victor pretty well. And so it's definitely something to keep in mind there. So we'll see. Time will tell. But it looks like the Lux is going to be coming in a little bit early. No other cards necessarily, but you got to be careful if there is. I mean, we have Piercing Light that could potentially be used here, as the Traveling Merchant's going to be pulling out, discarding a Scrap Heap to be able to draw 2 from the move instead of 1. Already the cards have been found and utilized incredibly well here, as another Ezreal is going to be coming out, discarding another Scrap Heap to now draw 3. And then with the final 2, it looks like a Noxus Hopeful is going to be played out, and the board gets ever wider here for the Miracle build as the Nocturne moves in and scores a point on the Obelisk. And this is where a lot of people do really not like what the Miracle builds are able to do. I mean, you're able to see just how much card draw they have, how many combo pieces they get. And rightfully so. I get why there is a lot of anger around it. It just seems like it doesn't matter what you do, that you are just going to be finding yourself against a wall here. And even with paying 6 to be able to create 4 recruits, it's like, all right, cool. Well, what can we do from here, especially from such a devastating board state here? Now, again, Imperial Decree can really change a lot here, and something that the Draven player here might need to play around. And the only thing that he necessarily has as a counter is going to be Hard Bargain. So if he somehow misses that, then the game could very easily shift and go in the way of Lux. But still, that card draw that you are able to get turn after turn after turn. And it looks like a called shot is going to be coming in, immediately repeated by the Ezreals for free. And a Nocturne being found off the top again. So that's going to be a sacrificed rune. But for another 4-mite unit being out onto the board, very happily paid at that point, as another stack deck is now going to be coming in. And so we'll see what's able to be done here through the stack deck. Another Nocturne being found. I mean, gosh, this game 1 is exactly what Miracle Draven wanted to be able to do. You don't want to draw the Nocturnes. You want to find an Ezreal early in the game. You want to find your seal. All 3 of those pieces have been able to be found and utilized. Lux has still been able to build up the board, and especially when going now into 9 runes, Lux needs to start being able to take out the opponent's units. And if maybe not able to do so, this could be a very quick game, as now we are at 5-0 here against Sundays. And so, yeah, it looks like immediately off of that, that's going to be a tap 2 to play out the battering ram for 2. And 1 was tapped, but it looks like, yeah, that is just going to be a pass. 9 cards in the discard so far, too. So any Rashas could be costing 1 at this point. And so there we are with the Imperial Decree. Is there going to be any other response here? Is this going to be good? If this can go off, this could be the shift in the tide that was needed, because you are going to be able to clear out both Ezreal's big units at this point and really get back into this game. This could be 6 units lost here. So the Nocturne is immediately going to fall. And then is there the Bellows Breath? There's 2 tapped. Both recycled. That's what you need. And there's the Bellows Breath. Thank you. And that is going to be an absolutely devastating blow to the Draven here. Lux coming in clutch with the card draw. And it looks like that is going to be dang near a board wipe. Now, still the worrisome part here is that there is still 6 cards in hand. So there are still some answers that could be rebuilt here. But again, one of the biggest detriments here is that the Ezreals need to be taken out. And if both of them are taken out, as well as 2, I would take out Ezreal, Battering Ram, Nocturne, I think. You could go Noxus Hopeful. It's the same thing. But still, leaving only a Noxus Hopeful and a Traveling Merchant. And it's like, psh, okay, thank you. And even still, if there's any other damage that is able to be done, even maybe another Bellows Breath, you wouldn't need to repeat it. And still be able to get the answers needed to absolutely board wipe this Miracle Draven. That's the worry here, and why cards like Victor and Lux are able to do so much damage here. Well played. And so with 2 points on the board, I mean, I'm still worried about those 6 cards in hand for the Draven. But Lux did a really good job on that turn. And one of the biggest downfalls for Lux is when you run out of units. But in this case, Lux is able to maintain the card draw, which is awesome, and then still has 4 units in the backfield that could be making a very big difference here for this matchup. And so there we are. It looks like another Ezreal has been found. And that challenge is going to be coming in with the Nocturne going 4-2, but a Hidden Blade, because yeah, what's another 2 cards? Because at this point now it's going to start being a point race. So Sunday's now going in and taking out the Nocturne. Yeah, you're going to be giving your opponent 2 cards. I mean, what? There's only 17 cards? There's not very many cards left in the deck. But, oh my gosh, using the hard bargain to be able to stop that. And still going to be able to draw a card off of that combo there. Creating a gold, though, for the Lux with the Honest Broker's death. But still, not necessarily what you want to see there. And so the Traveling Merchant is going to be able to move in. That's going to be another discard draw, too, with the Scrap Heap in hand. And gosh, the hand is just so full. As now we are at 7. There has to be, if anything, like 2 runes and Imperial Decree might be able to make the difference. Not sure if that's going to be possible, though, here. The Lux was able to get the combo off once. The combo needed. But now doesn't look like there might be much she can do here. And a Rasa coming in on top of that, so just a little extra here Yeah, this is a tournament series where what you are able to do is if you join the Discord down below, every Tuesday at 6 Eastern, we play 4 rounds in a Nexus Night style. At the end of the 4 nights, at the end of the 4 rounds, depending on where you place, you get points that are added to a leaderboard that contribute to you qualifying in the top 16 to be able to compete in an end-of-season tournament. Now, first and second place of said season-ending tournament is going to be a first and second place playmat, custom designed. And so, pretty cool right there. And then on top of that, yeah. So it's a free tournament for you to be able to do. I cast these tournaments, and just, yeah, it's free for anyone to enter. Just join the Discord down below and sign up. If you want to play 1 round, great. If you want to play all 4, more power to you. But the more rounds you play, the better chance you have of qualifying for the final tournament. So it looks like there we go with a drag under. That's going to be taking out the Rasha. That's still going to be a huge cost there, but at least a little bit of a card draw. But still, I'm not quite sure what they might be able to do to try to deal the final damage here. I mean, you could go, if I don't think there's a Wages of Pain in this deck, and even still, you're kind of delaying the inevitable with both a Battering Ram and Ezreal in the backfield. I don't think there is much that can be done. But it looks like a Wages of Pain is found. So that is going to be taking out the Traveling Merchant, creating a gold. And that is going to be it for the game. And so, yeah, guys, it looks like, I mean, Sundays was so close, but the Miracle Draven had pretty much one of the best starts that you could hope for. Like I said, was able to find the seal early game, was able to find Ezreal, and then had the combo pieces. I mean, as soon as you start discarding or discarding Scrap Heap and drawing multiple cards, then you get the called shots and everything going. Not only that, even playing stuff like the stack decks and the called shots and finding Nocturnes off of it. There is so much that it is able to do. Now, the big risk here is that if Miracle does not find those cards that they need, then it can be a very big struggle. So if Lux is going to be able to set up the board, find the spells needed, and be able to control this game, then Draven might really begin to struggle. But again, we're able to see why this deck is so powerful, but not only that, why at the European regionals, they were able to go in and have 5th and 6th place be Miracle Draven deck lists. It's not something that a lot of people talk about, but definitely something that needs to be kept in mind here, because Miracle Draven did exceptionally well over the weekend, and that should not be ignored. And so here we go into game number 2 of round 3. And Lux is down, but going to have the choice here on whether or not they want to be on the draw. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do here. But they need to get back into this game sooner rather than later. And hope that, and just hope that Draven isn't going to be able to go off here. But, I mean, this is a good start at least. Seeing a Draven coming down, you don't necessarily want to have to do that here. So being able to see that as the starting point could be a small silver lining here, especially as the Yordle's coming in and drawing a card right here. So we'll see what's able to be done at this point. As another Poro is going to be coming down onto the field, but still, I'm not sure what could be done here because the Draven can move in. Has a Spinning Axe, has the ability to also activate. But it looks like the Ezreal is going to be coming down at that point. Going to be discarding a Nocturne. Again, that's something you do not want to have to see, but at least you have so many ways to be able to get them out. So, yeah, it's a dead card at that point, but you are perfectly fine with discarding it. Especially when you immediately replace it with 2 others. And so a Bellows Breath is going to be coming down. That's going to be dealing 4 damage to the Draven. And that is going to be the trade that was needed there. So a little bit risky of a play. Now there's going to be no units out on the battlefield for the Lux, but still being able to take out that Draven, not giving him another card could be something needed. That is a small victory one, and one that was certainly needed at this point. And so next up, though, it's Lux's turn. She has 5 runes at the ready, needs to be able to rebuild this board state as Lux comes out. But again, if there is any Falling Star or destruction that could be happening, then we might be finding ourselves in a little bit of an issue here. And so it looks like the called shot is going to be coming out. That will be sacrificing a rune at that point. And so that's going to be a good play. Going to be able to look through the 4 cards. Again, if there's a Nocturne that is able to be discovered here. And so again, here we go. This is going to be a big moment. 3, just like that. Holy, that's absolutely insane. 15 might immediately put out onto the board in a single turn. That's almost as dangerous as 3 Rashas. And so again, though, we have currently a lot of might, or a lot of runes that are able to be used here. And Lux is going to be using that. Is a Singularity potentially coming down. But no, it looks like an Imperial Decree, and we might have a Bellows Breath, which would be doing an absolute board wipe here. There's the 2 runes, and a Bellows Breath again coming down to do a very much needed board wipe to everything that the Slipster had played out. That is the turn that Lux needed. Well played there. And so again, here we go, though, already starting to rebuild the hand. We're seeing a stack deck coming out. If a Nocturne is found, and a Nocturne is found, of course it is. So with the Nocturne being found, though, that is going to be a little bit helpful on rebuilding the board state. Again, if there's also even like a call shot, you hate to have to activate that without an Ezreal. But sometimes if you need to rebuild your hand, it's something that needs to be done. But still, it looks like Arasha is going to be coming down with 10 runes being in the trash. That is going to be just enough needed to be able to play it out. And again, just like that, the board state has been rebuilt. And there is, gosh, 12 might immediately out onto the board. Now, at the same time, great time for, maybe a Singularity, What would a Singularity do at this point? Nope, instead it's going to be Recruit the Vanguard. That is still going to allow Lux to be able to draw a much-needed card at this point, trying to get some answers, because now we could start seeing the Draven start to run again. And so, I mean, Lux, even if she has another Imperial Decree, could be a good answer here. So we'll see. But, I mean, at the same time, I'm not quite sure. Oh, and there we go with an Invert Timelines. Right? I mean, that's going to be a lot of cards discarded here. And so, and with the Scrap Heap, that is exactly what you want to do, because now you're going to be drawing 5 cards because of the Scrap Heap and 2 Singularities. Oh my gosh, a Call of the Week and the Imperial Decree. And oh gosh, a Progress Day too. That is devastating for the Lux. And that's why, something like Invert Timelines can be so powerful, because when you have that with the Scrap Heaps, you get up, you're able to get one step ahead now of your opponent, and then are able to also play down an Ezreal and oh my gosh, an Ezreal with a Seal of Discord, being able to discard another Scrap Heap to draw 3 cards. This is why it is so difficult to go against a Miracle deck. And so it looks like still another Imperial Decree was found off the top. And so that was exactly what was needed at this point. Very well played right there. So damage is going to be able to be dealt with, also both battlefields now being able to be conquered. So well played there on a tapped out Draven. And Lux has been able to successfully refill her hand relatively well too. Still, though, there is a lot needed to be had here. And so on that pass, I mean, Ezreal does have everything needed. If you even have a called shot at this point, it can be played for free, but looks like maybe another... Nope. Instead of Last Rites is going to be coming out. But still, Lux has 4 runes up. And so the Traveling is going to be moving in at 4. And I mean, at the same time, Lux could have another Hidden Blade in hand, potentially. And so when you equip, though, you do have to add 2 cards from your discard to the bottom. And so this is going to be something that is needed on the equip here. And then the 4 Might is going to be moving in, discarding Scrap Heap to draw 2. Draven is down to 13 cards left in his deck. He has the same amount of cards left in his deck as the Lux has in her discard. And even with that, I mean, gosh, now you see also that now we're potentially going down, drawing 2 on top of that. So yeah, with that moving in, now an Ezreal. Maybe a little bit of a desperation move here. But again, if you're able to play something from the discard with the 3 Might, you might be able to play out even like another Ezreal. And if you're able to play out that Ezreal, that could be a great response to be able to rebuild your board state and continue to refill your hand with more and more cards. And so still, looks like it is going to fall. That is going to be a good conquer with a Noxus Hopeful coming out. Much needed for Might at this point. And it still is a really close game. 4-4 currently. And this is why Lux might be a little bit slept on. Because even with how much Might Miracle Draven has been able to dish out, Lux is still finding the answers. Now with a Drag Under that is able to take out that unit. But again, needs to be able to continue to put out units. If it's unable to do so, Lux just struggles. And so there we go with the final 2 being tapped. Looks like maybe a Plundering Poro if I had to guess. I mean, it could be one or the other. Plundering or Honest Broker. But yeah, looks like the Honest Broker is going to be moving in. Maybe trying to get some gold generation too. Because again, you need to make sure that your rune count is able to be made and not moving back the recruit. Kind of an interesting choice there with Sundays. Personally, I would want to try to continue to get things lasting best I can here. But we'll see. I mean, if there's anything that Sundays could do. But yeah, it looks like we are going to also be attaching and adding more cards to the deck with the Nocturne. And with an open battlefield, it is not going to be challenged here. Instead, the Noxus Hopeful is going to be moving in with the Hidden Blade being activated, targeting And looks like also the hidden or the hard bargain is not going to allow the hidden blade to go off at that point. And that is it. So with the hard bargain, that was a great answer, being able to deal with that board state, a much needed victory, and now can play a unit from the trash. If it is an Ezreal, that'd be a great choice, but any Rashas or Rasas and things like that would be huge. And it looks like the Ezreal is going to be chosen here with 3 and a tap of a Seal of Discord to be able to play it out. And so here we are, a Cull of the Week, though. Maybe a little too late, unfortunately. But a Cull of the Week at least is going to be taking out a unit in the backfield, but still, Lux needs to be able to take care of the board state and just sacrificed herself there with a Poro. I mean, at that point, that's a lonely Poro. That isn't a plundering Poro. And so now, on the hold, an Ezreal is going to be coming out just like that, being able to, again, play it with the last rites holding at that point. And so, again, down to 9 cards in the deck. Everything else is either in the hand or the trash, as a called shot is going to be utilized here, immediately repeated from the Ezreal. Nocturnes have also been added back into the deck, so now that they have these cards now starting to search through the rest of the deck, Nocturnes, yep, are going to be found at this point, immediately being able to be played out with the last seal at that point. And man, that is a big hand. And so far 2 cards have been played. So Battering Rams cost 3. And I mean, gosh, there we go with the pass at that point. This is probably the last stand of Lux. I'm not sure. Not sure what the Lux is going to be able to do at this point. The only thing that would be maybe saving it is going to be another Imperial Decree and Battering Ram, but even still, you could not, or you could do another hard bargain here on the Lux side, but looks like a Hidden Blade is going to be sacrificing the Poro there to be able to try to find an answer. But at the same time, I don't think there is any answer that the Lux can find. But it's not over till it's over, as a Stupefy comes out for another card draw. So we'll see, but it's too little too late. The final 2 points are about to be scored, and that is going to be the GG. So yeah, guys, at that point, that is going to be it in the game. The digging is not going to be able to get any answers here. And yep, looks like is going to be showing the hand with a Time Warp in hand, with a Wages of Pain, and nothing else to really do. 2 units there, and that is it. So, guys, that's going to be it for that round. Not for the broadcast. Don't be leaving just yet, because we are going to be going in to the next one. We have a couple of options here. Let's see what we have right now on the bracket, because it looks like we have a couple of people that are still playing. So let's see real quick, and then we will also be getting into another game. So I really want to see maybe what an Eagle Eye has going on for him right now. So let's see what Eagle Eye is doing here against Eraser. I think that's going to be a lot of fun there. And guys, after this, of course, we only have 1 more round, so something to keep in mind there. But we are about to get started. Ooh, love the playmats. That is really cool. And then, yeah, looks like right now it is going to be Ezreal versus the Aurelia. So, again, already a really fun matchup to be able to see here. And this is going to be a big thing when we are going back and forth. And yeah, I am going to be running just a regular tournament, probably on Sundays. So something to keep in mind there. So that way we actually can have a bigger tournament and EU can play, because a lot of people have been wanting me to run a tournament for EU, but unfortunately, you know, it's just really hard during the week. So we're hoping to do so. We are. So yeah, we have 4 rounds that we are playing. We are currently in round 3, so after this, we're only going to have one more round. And so as we go in, it looks like the Vex has been able to already start to put in work here. And so with the Rasha coming in, that is going to be very helpful there. But looks like is going to be opting to play it back into base. And both opponents do have a lot of cards in hand. I mean, definitely the Aurelia, but the Aurelia needs to start making an impact and still at least has an Aurelia that is in the champion zone. So this could be a big chance for Aurelia to try to come back into the game and really start to make some moves here. But again, you got to be so careful when moving around the Vex, because if Vex has any and all responses, then you could easily start to fall behind. And I mean, we saw in the grand finals a 1 cost, 1 power rebuke. And what is, oh gosh, why is it doing that? Sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that. Thank you for calling it out. We were still on the bracket, not on the gameplay. Thank you. Game screenshot is zoomed in. Thank you, guys. Just enough to keep you on edge. So yeah, there we go then. With the Aurelia now coming in, it is going to have the ability to attach the Guardian Angel, but still with only 2 runes up, there might not be a whole lot that is able to be utilized. But one thing that I'm very worried about now is also still the 7 of 8 runes that is up for Ezreal. And I almost could, I'm pretty sure at this point, Erasure is just playing the champion build. He might maybe have made a couple of differences, but this is looking very similar at this point. And I mean, it is a very powerful, yeah, it is a very powerful deck. Very well made at that point. And so, yeah, is Ez going to be able to win out on this? We'll see. But right now, the Aurelia is tying up the game 5-5, and it looks like there's going to be no response there. And On the Conquer could be paying the 1 to be able to readying up Aurelia and moving her back, but we'll see. But looks like instead opting to hide a card and pass. So maybe something like a Fight or Flight or something along those lines that could be making a big difference here. And so going up to 6, I mean, that Vex is going to be making a big difference, especially as a factory recall is now going to be pushing the Guardian Angel back to hand. Aurelia might be in danger here as a Singularity is coming down. Doesn't matter where the Vex ends up running to, Singularity is going to be hitting her for 6. Now, you can still add a reaction to that, being able to bring her up to 6 or 7. You could go up to 6 with a Discipline or an Unguard and then doing a Fight or Flight back to base, and she could survive. So that might need to be the option here. But even still, you're worried still about maybe having a Smokescreen in hand. Stupefy wouldn't quite do it at that point, but still. Oh, with Azonia's Hourglass instead, that's going to be spent. And the Aurelia is going to survive. And so we'll see what ends up happening here. Great play on the Singularity, but still having the Zonia's Hourglass, very powerful there. So we'll see, and it looks like, yeah, that's going to still be 6 damage, so the Zonia's Hourglass might not be able to hold if there's anything else in hand, because that damage is still going to stay. But it looks like, yeah, that's going to be a pass at that point. And the Zonia is still going to be able to hold out there. Barely, though, as the 6th point is scored. And now if there's maybe something like a Swiftfoot Boot... and we'll see what ends up happening here. But, I mean, gosh, that was a turn very much needed here. But I'm still worried because Eraser has pulled everything back and still very well might have the answers for that big final push here on the turn. So we'll see what Aurelia is going to be able to do to capitalize on this. Let's see. Did we miss 2 targets? We might have missed 2 targets there. Because we have Wages of Pain and stuff in the discard, so maybe we missed... No, it only did Wages of Pain. No Stupefy or anything, so I'm not sure. That's the hard part. Sometimes I wish I could hear their communication. Because then I could at least convey that to you guys. So it looks like the Aurelia is going to get equipped to a Guardian Angel here. But we'll see what Aurelia is able to do. The biggest thing, though, is with so many units out. I mean, heck, even just a Rebuke at this point. You have to imagine, though, that the Aurelia has at least one Not So Fast, a Defy, things like that. So if you are... But that's the hard part, is... It feels like Aurelia is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Needed to have the Boots of Swiftness. But Aurelia, if she's able to, I mean, I would put a card face down trying to get things going, but this is going to be tough. This is going to be so tough for Aurelia. So we'll see what's able to be done here. But Ezreal has everything down, and now he comes in with a 1,000-Tail Watcher. And the Ezreal can mitigate the cost at this point. And looks like took off one just regular rune as the other 2 blue were sacrificed at that point. So that's going to be -3 to the Aurelia. The Vex is going to be moving in, and very strategically so. This now could make the Rebuke incredibly cheap. And so, again, yeah, it looks like that's going to be causing it to move back. There could still be a Ride the Wind now on this, but I don't know how you're going to be able to get enough might. You would need to go with a Ride the Wind, and then a signature spell might be enough, but even still, I mean, look at that. That is going to be 16 might that you have to somehow deal with a 2 might Vex, or a 2 might Aurelia. And I'm not sure there is anything that Eagle can do to get around this, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for Erasure, unfortunate for Eagle Eye. Yeah, Ride for Dance to Dance. That would be a huge swing there. Now, Discipline looks like might be digging for the answer. That still is not going to be near enough. And yeah, looks like showing of the hand there. That is going to be a signature spell and then 2 Rebuke. So even if Aurelia could get over, would very happily be paying the deflect cost at that point. All those cards in hand for Eagle, and is not able to get the hold and win the game here. Very well played from the Ezreal. You're able to see why it is such a powerful deck here, and why it's able to do so much. Vex, very underutilized so far in the meta, but now that we've been able to see the capability that it has, the utility that it's able to dish out turn after turn with the cards in hand, it is very plain to see why now that card is going to become a staple, especially in Ezreal. So we'll see what ends up happening with the rest of that. But again, we'll take a look at the bracket to see what else we have going on. Looks like a couple more that needs to be played here. And so we'll fix that score real quick just to be safe. But still, we have one more round going on after this, so we'll see what ends up happening as we have Siri, Infernal Man, and Game Slayer's games all going on, and we still have about 15 rounds left. So guys, I'm going to be taking a really quick break here. We're going to be right back in about 10 minutes, and we'll see what we can do with the final round about to start. So stay tuned, and we will be right back. Okay, good. Looks like we're only waiting for 2. Okay, looks like we are just waiting on one. Oh, oh, if I'm spectating, does it show my proxies that I have for them? Because if I didn't know that, I'll have to do that then. If it does do that, let me know, Siri. So anyway, guys, this is the final one of round 3 that we are waiting on. It looks like an arcane shift is going to be blipping in Ezreal here. That's going to be dealing 3 damage to the Kaisa. So, and Ezreal is going to be able to discard and potentially draw 3. I wish it did, dude. If it did, I would 100% be showing that off week after week. For those of you who don't know, Siri in the chat on Twitch has made some really good stuff with alternate cards based off League of Legends artwork. And so Kaisa got remade and a bunch of others actually, which is really cool. And so he has a zip file that is able to be used so that you can incorporate them into your matchups. Really cool to be able to see because you can set them up as custom art cards. So well, I mean, it's either this or watching a blank screen, my dude. So pick your poison here. But yeah, really cool that Siri was able to do that. But also the Kaisa being able to fall from the blipping in of the signature spell of Ezreal and a Stupefy. Very powerful to be able to utilize there. But even now, looks like also we are going to be having a Ravenbloom student going in with a smoke screen being activated. So that's going to be making the Mind Splitter go down to 2. And then looks like the Ravenbloom student might be able to survive here. And so we'll see what ends up happening here at this point. We'll see. But a hard bargain is going to be able to come down. I'm not sure there's going to be enough. Yeah, it looks like enough for the Ezreal to allow that smoke screen to go off. And that is going to be a very powerful win right there for Inferno. Now, Annie's been able to have a pretty good showing. Navix currently, let's see, Navix, just going to refresh. Navix is currently 2-0 right now, so very well played right there, being able to get some things going, and we'll see what Inferno is able to do. Inferno currently at 2-0 as well, so this is a big deciding factor for who's going to continue to go undefeated. And so we'll see what ends up happening here. But with that, the Forerunner coming down is going to be a slow turn here because especially when you're passing back over to Inferno, you're giving him a chance to not only get the 2 points here, but also to set up additional defenses without having too much of a loss. And that can be something to your detriment. Now, again, you don't necessarily want to overextend your Ezreal unless you're definitely able to protect it in some way, shape, or form, because if you do lose out on your Ezreal, you lose so much that makes this deck work. It just functions so much better when you have those kinds of options here. Yeah, and or Ferris Forerunner is, yeah, exactly right, though. Such a powerful card. The biggest issue, though, and why I'm not as big of a fan, is how prevalent purple is out there. When you have your Forerunner, and that's the only thing that you're able to play, it's the same thing with Ruin Runner. I have the same opinion here. Ruin Runner and Ferris Forerunner are both very powerful cards when you already have a developed board. If you do not have a developed board, it is an absolutely horrendous card. And then on top of that, if you spend your whole turn, and I'm telling you, this is exactly what we're going to see happen. We're going to have the Forerunner move into a battlefield, and it immediately gets rebuked, and you just lost 2 turns. And that's going to seal up the game. So you have to be so careful when you play your Forerunner. But the hard part here is, especially with Annie, it might be one of your only viable options. I mean, when I see my opponent play out a Forerunner, and that's their only card on the entire field, yeah, I'm like, dude, thanks. Yeah, I'll take that all day, every day. That is one of the hardest things that you can do at that point. But again, when you're caught between a rock and a hard place, it's tough. And so here we go, though, is going to be able to secure the point here. And so could use Flash to be able to back out. Yeah, exactly. If you're able to back out there, that can stop a rebuke because it is battlefield dependent. But also, there's not necessarily even a lot of Annie decks that are running the flashes anymore. Some are. It's getting a little bit more popularity again. But still, this is definitely a struggle at this point, and we'll see what is able to be done, especially with a stacked deck. I mean, Fizz coming in is a really powerful option. Again, just getting you to be able to recycle some of your options again, but still, there needs to be some additional answers that Annie is about to answer what Annie is about to face. I mean, you look, there's going to be 8 cards for Ezreal. What are you going to be able to do against 12 runes and 8 cards that Ezreal is going to be able to dish out? Good luck. You know, and then Inferno could very well, even if you have the flash, you back out the 2 units, Ezreal moves in and attacks everything. There's an Overzealous. That helps a lot. But then Annie having 4 runes up could be a step in the right direction. But still, this is going to be a very difficult board state. But at least Navix is up by a point, because that 1-point differential could be making a big difference. But the hard part is Navix is at 5 points. You do not want to be at those odd numbers. That's going to be so difficult to try to get around. So we'll see what's able to be done here, but it looks like an Ezreal is going to be moving into the battlefield. So a little bit risky maybe, but then we have the Fizz coming in, 15 cards in the discard. And that is going to be a Wages of Pain to deal 3 damage to the Overzealous fan. So it might be falling here. And it looks like, yeah, that's going to be clearing up the board. That's going to be a big victory right there for the Ezreal. So we'll wait and see what Ezreal has. And I mean, with all these runes, this is going to be a tough lockdown here. And looks like everything is going to be attacking in. And again, any spell that is utilized here is then going to be able to be dished out. So even with the rebuke at this point, even if you have a hard bargain, that is still going to be a very difficult one to use. Oh, well, and especially because Vex is going to make that cost 1 and 1 power more. But yeah, it looks like that is gonna be it right there. That is a huge loss. Not sure how Fizz went back to hand. Not quite sure. But still, yeah. Okay, good. The Fizz got discarded. And so now Ezreal has been able to build up the board state. He can continue to utilize the battlefields as sees fit. Annie is doing a little bit of a stack deck option. A lot of cards in hand, but with nothing on the board. You're looking at how different each of these board states look. And it's like, well, good luck to Annie. Good luck to Annie. I'm not sure there's anything that can be done at this point. Glad we tuned into this game, actually. And so, again, this could be Inferno's moment. They still have 5 minutes on the clock before we go to time. Everyone else was playing pretty fast. So, that's awesome. So yeah, and it looks like that is going to be the game. So the final round is going to be starting here momentarily. So let me make sure that we get everything reported. Yes, it looks like the last round has been posted. So with that being said, let me get that set up so everyone knows. And then we are going to be finding our last round. And so really fast games tonight right now, only 7-10. So I mean, we could be finishing here pretty quick. So looks like in the final rounds, guys, just so you know, if you see one that you want to be playing, let's take a look. But it looks like Inferno Man versus Eraser. Really good match right there. Cow Pancakes versus Gameslayer. Eagle versus Slipster. Siri versus Navivext. Beg versus Kobo. So we'll see. And so right now, the only two undefeated are Inferno Man and Eraser. Well, Siri as well, because they had a bye on turn 1. So yeah, they're undefeated too. And so yeah, looks like Inferno versus Eraser. Actually, that could be a really good match. Let's take a look at that. And so, yeah, we'll get this game set up real quick for you guys as we go into the final round. So, I didn't have a choice, my friend. I'm sorry, Siri. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to give you a bye. I wanted to see you play. But yeah, guys, so here we go. We're setting up the final game real quick. Looks like it is going to be an Ezreal mirror match. I don't know if I want to watch an Ezreal mirror match. That is one of the biggest grinds. Yeah, we're not going to watch an Ezreal mirror match. We saw how that went on Saturday. Let's go down to Siri. The guy got a bye. Now he gets a cast. And so we'll see. Just going to get that taken care of for you guys. I mean, gosh, yeah, the Ezreal mirror match was an absolute... I mean, what? That was 40 minutes per game. It's like, gosh, I would be casting this game until well past midnight at that point. No comment anymore for this type of gameplay. So... let's see. They might have DM'd those together. Let me see. Thank you. Got the room code. Siri is a boss. So here we go, guys. Looks like we are going to be doing Siri versus Annie versus Aurelia. So definitely going to be interesting. So this is going to be the last round, guys. And then we are going to be calling it quits for the day. So definitely something fun to be able to see. And it's going to be an Annie versus Aurelia. So which one's going to be able to be a little bit more mischievous in the movement here? Both are going to be very fun to see. So Siri is, of course, going to be running the Aurelia. One of the better Aurelia players that I've had the pleasure of watching there. But Navix has had some really good gameplay here. And some rough matchups tonight. And so we'll see what ends up happening still. But Annie's going to be maybe a little bit of a tough matchup for Aurelia that could be giving Siri a run for his money. So we'll take a look and see. But here we go into the final round. And so again, I am very curious to see what is going to be done here. Siri does like to build up the board state a decent amount before moving in. And then as soon as everything is set up, he runs. And that's going to be one of the best things that he is able to do. Knows this deck backwards and forward. It's been one that he's played week after week, and he's been a top competitor each and every time. So an absolute treat to be able to watch him here in this final round. And so there we go, though. The Annie already being able to set up a board state, getting the Kaisa out and onto a battle, drawing a card, and then protecting it with Overzealous Fan. You don't have to be worried about the card draw, or I mean, sorry, the spell destruction necessarily. And so having an Overzealous Fan is going to be something to really help out the Annie in the long haul. So we'll see what's able to be done here. But right now, the Aurelia is in. It does have a little bit of security here on being able to survive. Is this going to be enough, though? Because, again, we might... I mean, Annie doesn't necessarily run... Annie doesn't necessarily run the Falling Stars or Piercing Lights. They've kind of strayed away from that, especially just with the power cost here. But Annie so far has had a really powerful start. Now 2 units that each have a hidden card there and 5 runes at the ready. So this might be a little bit of an uphill battle, but even still an interesting choice, having a Spirit Wheel come in. And so this could be something to really start to utilize the Aurelia here. Now the nice part about Annie is that you don't have to worry about winning or losing combats here. So the Overzealous Fan is going to be activated, allowing the Aurelia to be pushed back. But, I mean, you have a full hand here, and as soon as you select Aurelia, then you can immediately pay 1 to be able to draw 1, 2, which can just go right back to taking care of the Kaisa. But if there's any flashes in hand or things like that, this might be... Okay, looks like the deflect cost is being paid too, so that is going to be floating a rune. And an Ungard is going to be coming in. Now, again, one thing that you do have to watch out for, though, is the power cost. And so if now that Aurelia is back, there could be something in hand. So we'll see. But it looks like a fight or flight is going to be pushing the Kaisa back to base. So that is going to be a point scored for Aurelia. And she is on the board. Still, though, at the same time, I mean, having that Kaisa back in base. Now that Aurelia does have a board state, has a little bit of defense set up. Looks like is going to be paying the 1 for the Conqueror. Then is going to be playing out. Oh, interesting. We're going to go with the Siren. Then being able to ready up and attack in to the not to the Overzealous, but it's going to be a switcheroo there on a tapped out, and the Zonia's Hourglass is going to be utilized to bring Aurelia right back to base. Might have been a little bit of an overextension from Siri. And now if there's anything that could be destroying this Aurelia, that could be a major setback here for Siri. But right now, even still, you're going to be able to see a tapped out Aurelia, so Kais is going to be able to draw another card on the Conquer here. And we're going to be seeing potentially going up to 5 at this point. And so it looks like a Falling Star is going to be coming down. That is a lot of deflect cost. So if there is any more units that Aurelia has in hand, I mean, that rune count could be to their detriment here. And so we'll see. I mean, this right now, Navix is going up to 5. That is a big differential there in points. Siri is going to need to have to find a way to get back into this game, but Annie's been able to maintain card draw and board presence, but just not rune count. So is going to be paying too? Maybe not. Maybe not. But is going to be still having 2 up either way, so, and is going to be passing over to Siri. So the big thing is, does he have the cards in hand? Especially as Annie is down to 1 rune. I'm not sure. Okay, looks like, yeah, decided to play the Overzealous Fan on that point. I'm not sure if he did only pay the 1 deflect cost. I think, yeah, he might have there. But a Mind Splitter is going to be coming out. That is going to allow for something to be taken out. But, I mean, 2 Dravens, 2 Fizzes. At this point, what do you pick? And it's like maybe the Fizz. Everything else is kind of irrelevant at that point. But again, now you need to get something to be able to get the Mind Splitter into a battlefield. So it looks like the Fizz is going to be selected. That is going to be thrown into the trash. Now the Hand Knowledge here is going to be pretty vital too. But it looks like a Defiant Dance is now going to be used on the unit here. And then is immediately going to be able to go into the Sneaky Deckhand's battlefield and go up to 2. But again, the dangerous part, I mean, not necessarily, actually, no, not dangerous at all. There's only 3 runes up. Still could play a Fizz. You'd be dealing 6 damage, but it wouldn't be enough to do anything. The Fizz would be almost a dead card at that point. And so it looks like, what, maybe a Traveling Merchant might be the only thing to really do here. And so, yeah, that's going to be it as Siri goes up. But still, there's 3 points that need to be made up. But now, I mean, even the Siren can come in, move the Mind Splitter back, and move right back in. So we'll see what's able to be done here. But Mind Splitter now is going to be set up here. And another card added in hand. The Overzealous Fan is probably going to be activated here. Yep, looks like so. I mean, why wouldn't you? Also, Rebuke cannot be played either. You only have 1 Chaos Rune. But a Discipline is going to be coming in. That's going to be a very vital card draw on top of that. Being able to now ready up and move right back in. This might be the shift of the tide needed for Siri to come back into this game. And that rune count from the rune count from the deflect cost that Aurelia was able to dish out might have set back the Annie way too far. But it looks like the Tide Turner is still going to be able to score another point, though, going up to 7. But still, again, even with, 5 runes up or things like that, you might still be having a really difficult time on trying to get that 8th point. You're at 7, but you're not necessarily going to be able to hold against an Aurelia here. The 2 runes up might be able to make an impact here, but I'm not sure what's going to be done to get things moving. And so I'm not quite sure what Annie might be able to do. It would take a couple of things to go right in Annie's sake. Draven, that might be able to set up for a turn, but at the same time, if there is a charm in hand right now, I mean, this game would be as good as over. And so, yeah, it looks like the Mind Splitter is going to immediately be moving in. No response from the Annie. That is also very telling. Going up to 6. Again, is there a charm in hand? If there is a charm, that is going to be moving the Draven over, but still with 3 runes at the ready. Nope, no response again. And Ciri is coming back from what was a huge decline in points, now potentially winning the game this next turn. 7 runes, though. Annie could still do a lot. But also, Ciri could have the answers. If you rebuke and there's a not so fast in hand, looks like 5 or... Yeah, it looks like, wow, an accelerated out Kaisa. That's going to be drawing 2 cards there if this goes through. And it looks like it very well will. So yeah, we'll see what's able to be done here. This is a big turn, an overzealous fan that you have to take care of, but the rune count here is nothing to bat an eye at. Looks like immediately just going to be moving back. Even a not so fast could stop the overzealous fan. But it looks like a fight or flight to push the overzealous back. There's only 2 runes standing in the way from stopping Ciri from winning this game. And it looks like that is going to be it. Moving in, is there any response from Annie? And that's it. It looks like Ciri was able to come from behind and win that game. That is how I like to see it done right there. I mean, that was a very powerful start. But again, that deflect cost on the Aurelia was what made that Annie fall way too far behind. And when you fall back and you only have those 3 runes up, and it's like, well, the only thing I can do is play a Traveling Merchant. And then turn after turn after turn, now Ciri's just like, yeah, I got this. I can run with this. And so was able to keep up really well. I mean, I was a little bit worried that Aurelia might not be able to make the impact or continue to make the impact that she needs to be able to make to maintain this hold and continue to score back on points, but luckily was able to do so. So right now, guys, we are going to be going into game number 2 of this final round. We play 4 rounds. For those of you who don't know and are still here, just so you know, this is a free league that you are able to join. Every Tuesday at 6 Eastern, there is a tournament that runs. We post a link for you to be able to sign up each time before the match or each time before the tournament, and then you're able to show up and play. You can play 1 round, you can play 4 rounds, however many you want, but at the end of the season, we have a final tournament for the top 16 who qualify, and they will be able to compete and try to win a playmat. We play on TCG Arena, so all that we ask is that you are somewhat familiar with how to use this client and that you are a part of the Discord server when you sign up. But yeah, we would love to have you guys, and we have a lot of good competition here, and yeah, some really big players that have been showing up here. We have Terra, who is a big YouTube content creator, dude, streams a lot on Twitch. You guys have probably seen him. Prismaticism, who got 5th at the EU Regionals, and even Gale Wins, who won the Yasuo Best of card at Houston. So a lot of really good players that do like to come around to these tournaments. So if you do want to ever work on your game, this is a fun tournament to be able to do so without like the full commitment of an actual Nexus night. So it looks like starting out with a Guardian Angel and a stack deck is going to be a step in the right direction there. And again, Ciri is going to start building up this board state, but even still with Annie not necessarily having that turn 1 drop, that's going to hurt. And then now having only a Traveling Merchant coming in, I'm not sure what's going to be able to get things moving here. But right now with a Stellacorn coming in, this could be a big turn here, being able to draw multiple cards. And with the Guardian Angel, this is going to be a wasted Falling Star if that is something that needs to be used here. And so, again, I don't think that would be something that you would want to use, but you also do not want your opponent to be drawing a lot of cards. But it looks like the Draven's going to be coming down. So, I mean, that could be very risky here. So, on the move, the Stellacorn is going to be drawing and going up to 1. Then immediately, the Siren is going to be coming in, moving back the Stellacorn. That's going to be drawing another one, and then it's going to be chosen and moving into the other battlefield to be able to go up to 2 points and drawing 3 cards in 1 turn. That is the power that Stellacorn is able to give, and when Annie is unable to set up the board or do much about that unit, it can make such a difference. And now that 1 turn might have very well sealed up this game. I mean, I would not be surprised if that was enough of an advantage to give Siri the win here. So we'll see, but it looks like, yeah, Flash might be coming in. That's going to be another move at that point. Hard bargain? No. I'm not sure what's going on. Looks like might have on accident played a Flash out, but the Defiant Dance is still going to be coming in. That's going to be minusing 2 from Draven, adding 2, so that is going to be a total of, yeah, it looks like a total of 6 at that point to 4, but if there's any blades, yep, looks like a Cleave is going to be coming in on the Draven, putting it right back up to 7, and that's going to be good. The Stellacorn is going to be moving back to base. Keep in mind, that is going to be a recall and not a move. So there's a really big difference on that differential. It's the same as Zhonya's Hourglass. Yeah, recalls are very different. And so it looks like still, though, a gold is going to be created on that Conquer. So very helpful right there to get things moving. Oh, stack deck to the bottom, not the trash. Yeah, correct. So here we go with a Falling Star now coming in. That's going to be targeting the Stellacorn. That might be enough to just finish it off. And that could be a big hit here. But again, Siri might be able to still come back from this. But again, with only 4 runes, the last thing that you want it to lose is the Stellacorn here. Maybe a little bit of a blow, but still with 6 cards in hand, 6 runes to utilize. We'll see what kind of answers here. But Annie, again, one of the biggest downfalls is if Annie starts running out of cards, it could really start making an impact here. So stack deck coming in to draw 3, or sorry, to look at 3 and draw 1. Big difference there. That'd be an absolutely broken card if that was the case. So luckily it's not. Everyone would be calling for a ban at that point. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But again, with that pass, I mean, this is quickly moving into the favor of Navix. And still another Draven coming down. And just like that, an invert timelines. Just an absolutely great card for Annie, being able to get rid of stuff. But looks like Hard Bargain is going to be saying, not so fast. And so stopping Annie from refilling her hand. That is something that you just love to see. At least if you're Siri. Maybe not if you're the Aurelia there. But looks like now things are going to start getting moving. Still 2 runes at the ready. Also, Draven could be going up to 6. That still isn't going to be enough to be able to stop the Aurelia, which is at 7. But any additional response might be enough to get there. And so it looks like, though, a Flash is going to be coming in. That's going to be moving both the Draven and the Traveling. That is going to be a discard and draw there on the Traveling Merchant move. But this is also putting Aurelia in a position to potentially conquer both here. But at the same time, even just bringing back to base might be enough. But with the Guardian Angel, looks like Siri is going to be risking it, scoring both points, and maybe even using the final rune to be able to draw an additional card, though it looks like might be leaving it up. Still, though, if you attack with both Dravens, that is going to be potentially 12 that you are going to be able to attack in. But if there is a signature spell, that is going to be a swing of 5. So you're going to be adding 3 to Aurelia and minusing 2. But that's still not going to quite be enough still. But you're at least going to be able to take out one of the Dravens. So Fizz is going to be coming in. Very well might now be, if it selects the Falling Star, that's a lot of deflect again, and that was something that really shut down the deck list prior. But yeah, it looks like that Fizz wasn't played in this case, and instead both runes are going to now be floated, going up to 6. So that's 12 now coming in, and Aurelia is going to be backing out there using the Guardian Angel. There is so many runes left up. And now that there's a built-up board state, a Falling Star at this point could be something to be able to remove the Aurelia, but still looks like now the Fizz is going to be coming in. And, I mean, we might be seeing that Falling Star, which would happily be utilized here. Still, though, if there is that signature spell, it can go to 7 and down to... Oh, yeah, and then the Dravens, of course, yeah, will be creating the gold there. And so this is going to be... This is going to be a difficult one. Oh, yeah, I can't Falling Star anymore till the next turn. That's costly. That's costly. Yeah. No, it's true. I say things. Annie had still 1 gold up, so I'm pretty sure that's... Was it the gold that paid for Fizz? I'm not sure. But yeah, it looks like Draven is going to be coming in another one. So all 3 are out onto the battlefield. Oh yeah, it did pay before going into combat. Yeah, he played it prematurely. The Fizz. And so we'll see what ends up happening here. But again, Ciri just feels pretty far behind here. And has some ground to make up. We'll see if, yeah, that's going to be a good victory right there. At least getting up to 5. Now playing 3 for Boots of Swiftness, so this might be a little bit of help here. Going up into 8. And looks like a charm is going to be utilized to be able to bring right over into the... I mean, this is a divide and conquer right there. The Draven is going to immediately fall. That is only 4. The Aurelia is moving back, being selected, able to now ready it up and move right into the Draven. That is going to be another 2 points for Ciri. And it is a tied game. Now, of course, the backfield here is still something to be watching out for. But the charm has been such a difference maker in this match. I'm still worried. I mean, there still is a lot that Annie is going to be able to do here. 7 runes, has a Draven out on board. And looks like 2 gold is going to be utilized here. A Falling Star is coming. And it looks like, yep, exactly what's going to be happening here. What is the 1 rune that they have up at this point? Oh, and looks like, yeah, that is going to be game there. So they are going to be doing their final side decking and seeing what they are able to do in this game. And it all comes down to this. Game 3. Annie taking the first game, and then also having Ciri taking the first game, Annie taking the second game. And we'll see what is able to happen here in game number 3. And so, again, Ciri maybe going first might be something to really get things moving where, you know, Annie has had some very solid answers here. But, again, if you're not able to build up the board state that is needed here, then Annie very well could be falling behind. And with something like Annie utilizing I mean, if it all depends on this final battlefield, but it looks like it's going to be Obelisk of Power and Obelisk of Power. Oh my gosh. So who goes second here? That is going to be interesting here. So it looks like, I'm not sure who chose to go first yet. So yeah, we'll see though, but a sneaky deckhand's going to be a step in the right direction. That's the hard part though. You might be worried about what's going on here on what you're able to do, but already Siri's going to be able to go up to 2 points at that point. And then immediately going to be playing out a Spirit Wheel with the sneaky deckhand retreating at that point, and a pass just like that. But yeah, starting off with the sneaky deckhand, that's going to be such a powerful option here. But watching out, it looks like that we have the Overzealous that is now going to be able to come in here. Very interesting sequencing right now. But it looks like a Mind Splitter is going to be played out at that point. And able to see what is going on here. I mean, we have a Fight or Flight Charm, Stellacorn Herder, and a Mind Splitter. So, I mean, no gear in hand. That's going to be something very difficult for Siri to try to continue to get into this game. So starting out with the sneaky deckhand was something very helpful, because it looks like for a lot of this game, he might be struggling to try to continue to... But this is not a good situation for Siri to be finding himself, and Navix has got to be happy with seeing this hand. Now the tough part, what card do you pick? Because Annie also does struggle with card draw, so you might be worried about the Mind Splitter. I would honestly pick the Mind Splitter at this point. I wouldn't be too worried about much else. And it looks like, yep, the Mind Splitter is going to be the chosen target here. And that is going to be a big decision. And so right there, it looks like, oh, he top-decked a Mind Splitter. Are you kidding me? He top-decked... I never would have guessed. Never would have guessed. Wow. So, again, not necessarily a great hand for Annie either. I mean, 2 Cleaves, okay. I mean, that's going to be a big difference maker, maybe if you go Mind Splitter into Mind Splitter, but the tough part is that you got to keep that back then. So, but yeah, it looks like the Mind Splitter is going to be challenging the sneaky deckhand and winning, with the Overzealous fan now holding down the fort. Still, though, at the same time, you could... Gosh, what could you do? You don't want to use anything knowing that your opponent has 2 Cleaves in hand like a Charm. Your opponent has 2 Charms, 7 runes up. Or, sorry, 2 Cleaves with 7 runes up. But it looks like a sneaky deckhand coming in clutch again. Another great top deck here for Siri as he's able to continue to hold down the fort, and these sneaky deckhands are putting in work to keep him in this game. And now a Stellacorn Herder to hopefully get even just 1 or 2 cards is going to be a big difference maker here. But looks like the Mind Splitter is going to be trying to hold down the fort as a card is now hidden. So a Flash is going to be coming back to move them both back. Now they're going to be still ready. So they have the opportunity to move in. Now the hard part is the Mind Splitter can move in. Might be Fight or Flighted back. But yeah, it looks like a fight or flight is going to be used here prematurely to push back the Mind Splitter. But he's going to activate his fight or flight on his own unit just to give him that little bit more card draw. But it looks like, yeah, the Mind Splitter's then going to move in, take care of the sneaky deckhand. So anything to just get that card draw going, to try to find those answers to get to these final points needed to win this match. So it looks like another fight or flight being fished back out from Annie and added into hand. So kind of fun that you would choose, yeah, the fight or flight over, I mean, flash or fight or flight, both could be viable here, but you already have the cleaves and hand still. So something to keep in mind, but looks like Siri on the move is going to be drawing off of Stellacorn. And especially even being up in points. Now the hard part is, do you allow this point to be taken, or do you fight or flight it back and draw another card for Aurelia? This is not a point necessarily where I would be fight or flying, but yeah, it looks like going to be going up to 5. And that's going to be allowing to draw another 2 cards at that point with a discipline. And then that can ready up. I mean, I would happily sacrifice a rune to ready it up and move it back and draw another 2 cards. Still, though, you got to keep in mind the 2 cleaves that are in hand. But it looks like a charm is going to be moving in on the Overzealous, so getting him out of the board. This is opening a door for the Mind Splitter to attack in. But on the attack, that is going to be a cleave. So that's going to be 5-5 currently. Is there any response here that the Stellacorn Herder could use? And it looks like a Defy here is then going to stop the cleave from happening. There still is another cleave in hand, though. That could be going 5-5. And it looks like that when you... so when you choose me, you may exhaust a rune and pay it to ready it. So, in this case. But yeah, it looks like another cleave is going to be coming in at that point. And a flash to retreat back. Now, the hard part about that exchange right there is that the Stellacorn, yes, you were able to draw a card, but now that's going to be a resolved combat there too. Which means the Stellacorn moving over is now going to give Navix a point. Now, at least Stellacorn Herder is still at the ready if there's anything else that might be able to be used here. But still, the Flash, bringing it back. Gosh, that's tough. So here we are at this standstill. Let me double check. Maybe there's a judge request here. Let me see. Nope, nothing in the judge request yet. Okay, cool. So they are just talking amongst themselves on the resolution. Looks like now the 4th point is officially being scored. So we'll see what ends up happening now. So we'll see, but I mean, again, just a lot of cards that now have been spent trying to get stuff moving here. Or should be 5-4. Yeah. So let's see. They haven't removed their cards yet from the sideboard. I think they're still talking because we still have all the cards that they played right here on the side of the deck. So I'm curious as to what might be happening here. I haven't seen anything in judge request yet. I'm keeping a close eye on things. But yeah, it looks like things are finally moving at least, so maybe they are talking about the resolution of everything here. But I'm not seeing anything in the judge request. So yeah, they are just talking through things. And yeah, it looks like the overzealous fan is now taken care of. And then the Guardian Angel moving in to add the +1 going into there. That's going to be another big win there for Siri. So now that the overzealous fan was defending, he was no longer attacking, so the cleave was not at 5, it was only at 2. But if he used the overzealous to send back the Stellicorn Herder, then at that point, unfortunately, that would be another move and another card draw. But it looks like Annie is going to be going in. And now another overzealous fan is going to be coming in, but still 3 cards in hand at this point. Going to be going up to 7, and I'm sure with only 1 card in hand, I think Siri is going to be able to move this in and get a victory here. But those 4 cards, if they're not the right cards at this point, then we might be in trouble. But it looks like an overzealous fan is going to be fished over into the adjacent Obelisk of Power. The Rebuke is going to be shown from the hand with a not so fast. And it looks like, yeah, that is going to be a GG there, as Siri is going to be able to get the victory here. So the Herder killed the fan, just so you guys know. The Herder was able to kill the fan because the cleave was able to no longer have the assault. It doesn't add +3 might, it adds +3 assault. So when you attack in, the assault is not active anymore because overzealous is officially defending. And so yes, cleave is available until the end of turn. That doesn't matter here. And so in that case, that was a very good sequencing there. And so now that the Stellicorn Herder was able to be flashed back, it was still at 5 might. The opponent was at 2, so it then was able to move in and immediately get back the point and really have that final finish there to win the match. So great job from Siri there, being able to win that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how everything is finishing up before we finish this game. Let's go ahead and get a refresh real quick just in case to see how the final board state is going to be here. But Siri winning out on that match 2-1. Great job to him and very well played. Even with the bye, again, winning the top spot here. Very well done from Siri there. Now, next, of course, we still have a couple more places that are being utilized here. We have Eagle Eye in second place so far, Beg 4 in there, and we have a couple of other games that are still waiting to finish. And so we'll see what ends up happening there. But guys, that is going to be the end of the stream. I'm hungry, haven't had dinner yet, so it's time for that, and we will see what is going to be happening. But guys, again, every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, we start these tournaments. So if you do want to be a part of that, feel free to join the Discord down below. You're more than welcome to. It's a free tournament. You're able to sign up on the link. We post it well beforehand, so you know when it's able to be happening. But that's going to be it for now. Very exciting matches, and until next time, guys, have a good one.